Hola, peeps. Thought I'd step into the office for a while. Anyway, I am just kind of chilling today. Um, Pretty weird night. Um, yeah, yeah. Anyway, found a groovy guy in a peanut butter and bacon milkshake though, so there's that. Um, and then proceeded to have some sort of massive spell out in public. That wasn't too fucking cool, quite frankly. And then made my way back, I had a few more of those. Slept like the dead. I assume probably because, Death and I are hanging out again pretty tightly, which is also cool. Whatever. Anyway, I walk it off. Um, Ain't nothing new there either. Now, y'all, I don't really. I know I have places I want to start, but there are always so many places. So many places. Um, Always. So many things. All while trying to do this tightrope walking, tongue biting, waiting, and having to deal with all these pieces of shit and monsters in between. Never fails, really. Also, same shit, different day. Last night, when I left here, I've really probably got to put a mod in at some point. Uh, or just turn on 16 others. Anyway, I've been up to a few things around the streets, lately. So anyway, um, I had the oddest thing. Not odd, really. Yeah, your brain always wants to do the whole everything's a thing. It wants to attribute meaning to things where there are none. It's part of the caveman wiring. All humans possess, It's how so many end up mind fucked by QAnon Wayfair Kool-Aid drinking bullshit around the world. It's stupid. Um, but our minds as human beings, we love to try to attribute things to things because we enjoy. Well, we don't enjoy necessarily, but we're wired to try to see patterns or something. And initially, it was meant to keep us safe, right? Predators, caves, shit like same thing still sort of exists in modern man. But we're entirely fucking stupid, so. And there's so much input. Unlike, living in a cave and trying to outrun fucking like some saber tooth or some shit, you know? You know what I'm saying? Um, and especially with tech and online shit. But in our daily average lives, we do want to, well, once again, I use the wrong word, likes. Probably not necessarily it. Some do enjoy that type of shit. When I hear anybody say they enjoy good conspiracies, I think, holy shit. Well, that's not how you're supposed to be using that wire in Jesus Christ. Whatever. Please stay the entire fuck away from me. But, there are also things, especially where it concerns drastic or life changing or, just big moments in our lives that will often turn on things in our minds and hearts, and things will often try to attribute meaning to things, It's known, even I do that, even though I'm well aware at the time. I know these things are nothing but whatever my heart, mind, whatever wants to attribute to them. Last night, and yes, kids, you talk to me. I'm using the thing, alright? I swear I am. See, I'm using it. It's fucking ridiculous. I know. I guess now I'm officially old. Oldest really was like, that's it. I've had it. This is what I'm getting you for Christmas, lady. You gotta do the thing. Yes. Actually. So last night, I think this one's it. I go somewhere to pick up orders for others because I don't particularly like this place at all, in the least. And nobody told me what name they were calling it. I don't know. There was very real lack of communication. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, I was all in. I was like, you know, like a four-wheeling in the snow and shit. And the ice. Then I was like, well, and it was pretty groovy evening for me, whatnot. But anyway, I get there and I'm like, I think the freaking order might be under. And then they're like, no, 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 no. But I know who you are. They're blah blah blah. And they called it under yours. And um, they said what they thought was my name. And I was like, excuse me. They're like, or whatever your name is, but this is definitely yours. I'm like, I know I just didn't hear that person or anything. Like, I know I didn't. Made the usual cursory joke, about I'll answer to damn near anything. And then the shit's handed to me after a couple minutes, and I'll look at the fucking receipt, taped it, and it's like, really? I'm like, alright, okay. And I'm like a hell of a brain diver thing. But, for all of us, it's a weird walk. There are these little things every day. They don't mean anything, but it's just kind of the way it goes. You're 1 minute trying to sort of start living in ways, or moving in ways, or I don't know, just doing something normal. And it's never long before something like that happens, and you're immediately blindsided and right back in full tilt. It's like, knowing the manager's name, like when you show up like after Summer vanishes, you're fucking Sonic. Knowing that the manager's name's Candace. Figuring that out. Hearing Boys of Summer play all these things as you pull up to Sonic's. Weird shit. Weird shit. And you could know even in real time, and it's nothing more than everyday things. But you want to attribute things to them. But nonetheless, it's still unsure for I and all the others. When those things happen, it very much doesn't matter what you're doing. How your day's been, what's current. They're always like being smacked in the face with a brick wall. And it immediately sets you back down on an average Tuesday that became not average Tuesday. Though we all live that fucking day and many others every day. It just becomes so extreme at moments like that. But considering things said this week, my brain went, Okay. With that one, even though my brain knew the whole time, but still nothing more than somebody mishearing my name, typing it. Simple as that. Anyway, doesn't stop that from happening. Now, I try super hard um, to skip over the brain dots, the bullshittery, the biases, the other. Even I feel that sometimes. Quite a bit. Um, so I always go over and over and over things and try to take time in between. And now that there's and before and think on things and to great length. I try, but it's weird how sometimes time itself though is needed in order to gain perspectives, create distance, break down certain things. Um, to actually come into clear focus for other pieces to drop, things to shake loose. You know, they say it's meant to happen that way, I guess. It's what the feds, cartoon mothers, told me. Sort of experience in my life and other situations, but nothing quite like this. There are quite a few things I still wait on, obviously. Um, I wish there was true ways to claw out that type of thing, but I just wait. um, there are so many things. I tell you what, I, like I was saying last night, past few days, written out this whole little thing I was gonna post. But I know if I do, I'll regret it instantly. Because every time I try to show grace and mercy to those who deserve it the least, that's exactly what fucking happens. But that's exactly what they count on after a lifetime. Been trained pretty goddamn well. Right. How in the hell do you get over the habit of it? Not a habit. Training by monsters to always protect them, to defend them. It's how they train airbites. It's what they do. It's what they've done to Stahl as well. Stahl's our own fucking monster, though. It's what it tried to do to a million fucking hookers, prostitutes, cashiers, store clerks, fast food workers, fellow employees, right next door to every job place. I can prove it. You see the messages from these bitches over the years. It's the same story. It's the same thing it's always done. Same thing it did with me too, except in our story it had real monsters and it still does. Only real ones it ever had in its life. Same manipulation, the boohoo bullshit. Same lies. Same pulling. Same way of training all of its victims. Same exact fucking way, and I can prove it. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, I can prove it. Same story it's given out here. And I can always, just like with the bitches that would contact me and all the cheatings, I can prove to you, just like I did all of them, it's a goddamn liar. All it really takes is a little logic and common sense to figure that the fuck out for yourselves. But like most smart women or anybody else near it did quite quickly, thing is though about these monsters, it's like everybody near it would out it every single time. They still do. Um, most pick up on what it is. They'll watch it, gladly laugh and cheer and brag about the worst of abuses on children throughout the years. But while near it, they'll chuckle and be like, they won't call it out, but then they'd always message me or call me. Got proof of that too throughout all the years. And be like, man, you're near this piece of shit? Yeah, yeah, I do. They're like, this is pathetic. They'd send me recordings of all kinds of pretty shit through the years too. Shit I was well aware of. Didn't need any of that. These other chicks sending recordings, messages, texts, all one. But while near it, nobody would call it out. Not often, anyway. They'd let it brag and do whatever. Because make no mistake, you're dealing with a motherfucker that brags about it. Have proof of that too. Pretty proud of what the fuck he's doing, beating on women and children. Pretty goddamn proud. See all the pretty pictures, job places where it uses other coworkers and pics and weird shit to try to cover what it's doing. Go, no, 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 see him right here. Can't be blah, blah. Whatever. You know? While that same coworker is featured in the picture are then 5 minutes later sending me recordings and videos and pictures of it being with Stahl and many others through the years. Right around the time I get the cursory noon hearts or whatever to make sure I was in Wi-Fi range, which would generally mean I was at the house, not out to where I could catch it. It thought. While time cards were allowed to be fucked with, tampered with, known to be on purpose, whole place new. Yeah. Same song and dance almost at every job. Because it set it up to make it look like certain shit. It's like the phone calls I've told you about in the past. Where it would tell me to call and it'd be all lovey and hey, this and the other messages. I can prove this. And the next second there's a, I call and then it's a show on the other end, but nobody can hear me, see? So it's creating a fucking play. I'm sitting here on the fucking phone going, what the fuck? But you told me to call just now. Like what? Meanwhile, it's screaming on the background, right? But that gives the people it's near the impression that something's happening that's not. And it makes me look a certain way. This is how fucking insane this shit is. I've got videos in person. Him doing this same thing with Stahl. With I and the kids in the car in certain parking lots. Coworkers, same shit. Leaning into the window. Saying, no, 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 baby, it's okay, it's whatever, and you can have the car, and blah, blah. And then literally taking the head out of the car and being like, la, 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 la. That way they could hear and see that. But then I'm like, and I've really got his face, him on camera, doing this. Especially in those last days. Can't be denied. I could show it to the fucking world. Probably will. If this continues. Because y'all have no idea what kind of goddamn monster you're doing. I do. I do. Those who are smart, know about psychology, that type of monster, abusers, I'm sure they see it. I'm gonna assume you're the same mind. Keeps leaving comments in the back. Hi, Mike. You realize I see the whole thing, right, Mike? Come on now. Give it a rest. And I'm like, kind of see what you're encouraging. You know why? Because this group needs food right now, Mike. That's why I'm laying off a bit on the receipts currently. They also want everything out at once. You know why? You know why, Mike? But I'm sure you know. Much like always, they want all of the receipts, all the things, all the proof, everything, all at once. You know why? One and done. It's typos. Monster, I'm sure, would enjoy all of them at once, so you can try to weasel everything together like he often does. And Place, pay attention, he's already tried to do once, and I knew that's what he would do, so. And then I broke it apart with more receipts showing he'd lied. To you, the world, family, others, yeah, sure did. And he had to fucking sort of admit that. Either way, I try not to give leaders everything. I also try not to give tragedy pimps everything. Also, if everything's out there, and then guess what? A, it's more food for them. B, more food for it. Also helping what it's doing, part of how it's doing it, continue using this place to do it, this group. Um, not playing in it, really. I don't want to. I'll keep hanging back and doing as I always do. Putting out things when necessary or when I see fit. Or monsters want to tell tales and I feel like ripping them to shreds, show them what they are, to continue to pull off the masks. Right now, like I said, keep debating on this post, especially after occurrences. Last few days, but you know, and the fucking training definitely makes me want to hit that button. But I know better every time I show any grace or mercy. Tried that a few times throughout this walk. Bites me straight in the ass every time. I won't do it again. Like the training stops here. Training stops here. And because of some very drastic shit going on, I'm trying very hard not to keep my little swords up. But after watching it continue, knowing why it's doing it, we've been over this, man. We have. There's a reason you see it so active and bold. Uh, Leading up to the holidays, it's a known thing of it. It's what it does and what it's done here for several years now. But damn sure does to us in person. And what it does to us in the background offline as well during holidays and events and certain things when it gets wind of, still exists. And then it comes here, this group, it gets word of everything because of all the connections and the way it's still etched on and in our lives. And then the tragedy pimps know, and then they lay in hardcore during these times as well. Very group effort, very much so. Um, all because, well, flying monkeys are fucking flying monkeys, and tragedy pimp pieces of shit around the world are still tragedy pimp pieces of shit around the world. Their little fingers and all the things, right? But I'm pretty certain it is known, at least in a cursory manner, what's going on the last few months on top of just the usual seasonal abuse and things and leading up to certain things. And I'm told that there's something that it will be notified of soon, but I'm also pretty certain it probably already knows because of certain tragedy pimps inserted in and around everything and other stupid motherfuckers who just can't stop with telling everybody's business because they're idiots and they trust fucking tragedy pimps who clearly are only running to get shit about me and our lives and to enact shit online and to do what they do to Iron Little and whatever else. Because somehow that's going to solve Summer's case, but it's never been about Summer. I mean, it is at first maybe, but then they're more worried about their crimes and how they're going to get out of all the shit they've actually done. There's broken federal laws online, state, local, civil, in so many ways, not just towards us, but around everything. They fear that fucking shit. So, fucking terrorizing me to death and Little, like, well, shit, they're going to do it double time, and they always have been. Um, anyway. But it may already know. I'm sure it might have. Before it's even told on purpose. And I expect over the course of the next, well, forever if it's fucking allowed, while this plays out, to really lay in. And then, of course, it'll sell that off in the background. If the background isn't already aware, and they will lay the fucking. But that thing absolutely fucking will. There's a reason for this. Because it knows it's the one thing I cannot survive. And will not, if something happens. Because there's no walking off something like that. It will absolutely be aware of how easy it will be to fuck with me. And it will lay in. Also, right now, in the past couple days, we're leading up to my brother's birthday, which is tomorrow. So that's why all the shenanigans, especially the past day or two. And then I guarantee you another extreme pickup around my brother's passing date in a few days. Which is also why it worked with Ryan when it did to do that piece about the cemetery right around Christmas. It does love the holidays. But what y'all are seeing are Chuckles, the yuck yuck potato good corn bread fella. Yeah, it ain't. It's a goddamn monster abusing. That's just one of the old abuse photos that I've put online. One of thousands, but I've only put up a few here. But that one is of one of my breasts, freshly beaten, freshly. Didn't even have time. Oh God, you see the pictures when it's fully set in and everything's rock hard across my entire chest. But yeah, that cost me surgery. Sure did. That the dude that y'all are parading around right now, like a good guy, really patient fella, really loving character, and so misunderstood. That's the guy that did that. I got that for a holiday too. Sure did. Couldn't even dress myself for weeks. It was so bad. Took months for all the bruising and shit to fade to where I could actually go get help. By that time, I'd suffered tissue death. My body had encapsulated some of the damage done to it. I had to have all those things removed. Ha! And then, it sat out in the car. I think it may have driven me to that appointment. And it sat out in the car. Or no, it was at work. It couldn't even be bothered to do that. Yeah. But I was trying to cheer it up. That way it wouldn't be pissed at me and beat me some more because it had to have that. But even the breast center and all them knew that. They looked at me and they were like, yeah, this ain't what you said it was. This is high impact injuries. This is shit we don't even see in goddamn car wrecks and shit. Bro, how long ago did you say this happened? Imagine a motherfucker doing that much damage to you that it exceeds what high impact car injuries can do to you in your chest. In the meantime, I took him on vacation, right? And it hurt to be touched, obviously. And that was even a couple months after that was done to me. And he was touching me, obviously, and I was like, I didn't mean to, but I winced. I was like, you know, I got screamed and yelled at, terrorized because that. And then I just had to shut my mouth and take everything else, and even though, like, there was relations happening, it fucking hurt because of everything. It didn't matter. Not through all those months, it didn't matter. Even though it knew it was hurting me. But I wasn't even supposed to wince or anything. But God, it would get so mad every time I had to look at it too, especially in the first few months before all of it faded. And it still hurt long after. And I'd get beat again. And again. Yelled at. Every time I'd have to see that on me. But it had done that. But it beat me again and again and again over it. Every time I'd have to see it, every time I'd dare wince or whatever, even though it would grab me there or do whatever. You know, y'all have no idea what the fuck you're doing. Granny's house, there's none of that. I am living my life as much as I can, but it's not healthy to be upset or stressed. But as you can see, he's still got a monster on the loose, openly abusing us. And until that stops, well, guess what? Still being abused. The world's just watching it and helping it participate. It ain't over. It's not done and it's still happening. Y'all are watching it as entertainment. hope y'all are entertained. Still trapped, box, strings on, knows every detail of our goddamn lives. Make sure of it so it can sell it off so it does what it's done to me since I was 11 years old. And this place helps it in that. Either way, so I expect it to lean extraordinarily hard. Next coming dates and for the foreseeable future. Dumbass me wants to be like, when it finds out truly what the fuck's going on. But it probably has, even before being purposefully notified what's going on. It probably already knows. I know that it knows to a degree, at least the lead up to what it's getting ready to find out already knows. Which also is why it's been laying in so hard. But it'll pick up to astronomical levels. And it'll be done because it knows it's the one thing. The one goddamn thing. There won't be walking that I cannot survive if something happens. And that the worry and stress and my heart and shit is already going to be on the brink. Like, already is. But I'm going to continue to walk the fuck off. And going to continue to try to skip over the attempted triggering of and bullshittery and set-offs of me and shit. Especially right now with this group to try to cough up all the things, right? Because it's a dipshit. And it has no idea why. Well, I don't know. Group's still around it, right? Slithering around it. But, I don't think it understands quite yet what's in store for it with them. Excuse the entire living fuck out of me. What were you in Ziggy's with the monster? You gotta seriously? Is it about church? Yes, God will fucking save me. Give me a fucking break. And I don't even care how you fucking take that. You can take it sideways right up your ass, honestly. All your troubles will be in the past if you just go to church and give yourself over to the Lord. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. How's that worked for any of y'all in your life? Any of you true Christians out there, whatever. Y'all still got troubles? Abusers? I gotta tell you, I don't know. How about the high percentage rates of those, in churches who are most likely to be the victims of domestic violence, porn habits, abortions, um, crimes against children? I don't know. But all those stats, if you're really looking, but their troubles, they're sitting right there in the face of God in the pew. How about that? Their troubles gone? Or is it just, give me a break. I don't do God or the devil or anything in between. Okay? God ain't saving nobody. Yeah, no, no. And do you know what your Bible says about pushing your religion on other people? What apparently, allegedly, supposedly Jesus Christ and the apostles and somehow, wildly enough, people with names like, it's Matthew, Luke, and John over in the Middle East wrote. Y'all ever heard of anybody named Matthew, Luke, and John? You really think that exists? You know, there wasn't even a letter J. Nice country friend. Anyway, the point is, you know what he says about pushing your religion on others or preaching to others? Do you know what he says about that in the Bible? In Old and New? You ain't supposed to be doing that shit. But y'all continue to do it. You know what I don't do as an atheist? You know what I don't do? I don't go around trying to be like, come here, be an atheist. Never. Not once in my life do I do that to others. I don't. I do not do that. I just try to be a good human. And I don't need a goddamn book or books or religious texts to tell me how to be one. No shit. I don't need a pew, a preacher, tithing plate. I don't need fucking commandments to tell me how to be a good human. I don't wonder about every day handing out fucking pamphlets or going on missions to other countries and contacting or forcing those who are hungry to listen to my religion to try to convert them or bring them over. And you just feed the hungry, you clothe them, you go on missions. You don't have to say religion. See, it's a sales trip, like a vacuum cleaner at the door is what that is. It's no different than any other religion Christians want to lay into, although half the ones they lay into and fight against are all Abrahamic religions. Fucking stupid. Either way. God ain't gonna solve a monster. A pew is not gonna mean a peaceful life. It's not gonna mean all your troubles or whatever. It ain't fucking magic, dude. It does mean you sit somewhere where endorphins and same things drug addicts feel when they're doing active drugs and shit, they feel. You get the same thing off of when you are preached to talk about my religion, blah, blah, blah. Hey, Running Bear, it's not the worst they did. Look, slavery and how the Bible and all that was used to keep that shit. No, Leo, it's really not. I mean, by me the first time or two it touched me, but then it knew better for years. And then having babies, it knew I would never want to see the same things I was definitely used to Denley. But after that, no, throughout its life, it was always like, oh my god, there's a 7 foot tall grown man that just popped my ass in the mouth. Jody Sue, go whip his ass. Guess what Jody Sue did? Jody Sue went and protected the monster and beat some grown dude's ass. Keep monsters safe, because he couldn't take care of himself. Same way it cried to me behind cells to call and have it moved because it was scared. It was afraid. Please don't leave me. Please marry me. Don't cheat on me while I'm here. Don't la 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 la. Hey, you went hungry for a month and a half. And all literally. While making sure our kids had, while you didn't, and you went without. But can you make sure my commissary's there, my phone money's there, and boo-hoo, and oh my god, I'm scared and terrified in here. Will you call him removed? And please don't leave me. Hey, can you go without food one more day and make sure I got more phone money to call you 63 times to make sure you're not doing anything? Although, when I'm out there, all I do is fuck around on you. Nah, not relying on everybody else to keep it safe. That's what it does. Great protectors. Dumbasses who buy shit. It is raining there. But it's not. Only thing it's good at. That's why his interaction with Dobbs is so weird, man. I was like, holy shit. But then again, Dobbs was old, so. But he was extreme by that. Extreme. I know all it's ever been good for is beating women, children, animals. Laying hands on me in all ways. Abusing emotionally, mentally, physically, sexually. As far as I go, anyway. But other men, other people, get mad at coworkers and shit. Got proof of this too. You get mad at other men at work. He couldn't stand up to you, couldn't. Wouldn't. Didn't have balls to. And he'd be mad at them and literally take off work. Leave work early. So I never could trust sleeping at any point, really. Or any time down. Cause shit like that, those types of days. But he'd be mad at them and then come and would take off work early. Just leave work. Just leave that motherfucker pissed off and literally tell me messenger calls, this and the other, that it was coming to beat the fuck out of me. Maggie, you need to give up telling others on this earth what to give up or what to do. I'm guessing you're number 2 today. 2 by 2 over here, right? Don't. If you live a life where you go around telling other people what they should or should not be doing, as far as smoking or coffee or whatever, that's none of your goddamn business, quite frankly. It's really not. And you're indeed that type of asshole. Um, it's not, it's not cool, man. And, I'm just gonna continue to do whatever the fuck I want. And I'm not taking up meditation either. Yeah, Maggie, I had a heart attack because of tragedy pimps. I had a heart attack because of tragedy pimps and what they were doing, along with our abuser, and barely survived the shit. Laid here for 2 days by my goddamn self, trying to move, trying to get up, trying to shake it off and walk it off, and it's because of this fucking place. And then you watch the AB and then make fucking puzzles and shit of my cancers and everything else, which, by the way, are not caused by this. My mom had a fucking heart attack because of this place while she was in mourning for my brother and what they did and laid in on. So I'd say tragedy pimps, what they do in a real lives are a hell of a lot worse. Die. Do you feel like putting pants on? I know what's happening here and I'm not in the mood. It's triggering from Ziggy's bullshit last night. It's hitting on the Christian stuff. It's hitting on the shit. They know what they're doing. And I know what they're trying to do. Do you care? So every time you see it, don't even time them out. Just box them. I'm not playing the bullshit stuff. This breaks. Oh wow. Most y'all going to hell. In the end times, you'll be begging God for forgiveness, especially when striking down honest, good advice. Fuck you and goddamn you to hell. This the breaks. Ain't none of us buying that name your bullshit. May your own God shove it straight up your ass. Because you're not supposed to be judging motherfuckers, by the way. And I assume you're female. You should hear what they say in your book about females preaching. Whoo, that gets real. I bet you wander around every day. You're so religious that you know that your own Bible says to cover your head. I know you gotta lay into the Middle East and all, but your own scriptures say that too here. It's real weird. Anyway. So, yeah. Here's the thing. This the breaks. Um, I fear no man nor God. And I was taught to stand toe to toe against all monsters. Assholes, small, giant, in between. Anyway, we're gonna carry on. I don't know, Mike. I once thought so, other than his banging of stall, um, periods throughout the day, you know. but I truly don't know. Only Ellie and feds and stuff on all that. And I wouldn't trust a goddamn thing that come out of coworkers or bosses' mouths, because I can prove they all goddamn lie. Time cards are fiddled with on purpose, that type of shit. Got proof of that, or I wouldn't say it. I think I've actually shown quite a few of those. Also, they too have shit to hide with Monster. Either way, I do know that GPS on all his hidden cell phones and stalls and cameras and GPS on the car will show when and where. At least it was. But it did have a habit of leaving certain devices behind in order to make certain things look certain ways. But I'm sure it would have taken at least the hidden cell phones with it that I knew it had. Got proof of that too, or I wouldn't say it. So I hope it's made sure feds were aware, and because it's such pussy, I'm sure it did. I'm sure it made feds aware of those cell phones, and Stahl did too, and camera movements and wherever they're banging at. Lunch, mid lunch, and late evening snack, Stahl style, you know. Uh, but what I am certain of, because of certain things, and have seen with my own eyes, that it was not, at least, anywhere near Ben Hill on June 5th. Leo, they cost $6,243 a pack. Blows New York and California prices out of the water. Ouch, believe. That's terrible. I hate you pay that much. I can get 2 packs for that. Anyway, uh, you know, it's weird. Here, as you got motherfuckers over here preaching today, right? These little trolls, ones trying to take shit off the rails, distract, trigger, get clip shit, right? Make me look like whatever. Because they naturally know reactions. That's what they want. That's the truth. That way it stays off Summer, it stays off Monster. I'm the entertainment. They can use the reactions to, or whatever I say. Make that the news instead of, it's how you know not a goddamn whatever about anything Summer, truth, fact, putting anything truly together. This is how you know. This is also how you know these Trolls are not in it about Summer or the best of intentions either, or any of these missing or murdered women and children. All of you suck. Your intentions here on YouTube and the True Crime Tragedy Pimp group is not even remotely about these missing and murdered women and children. It's not about being advocates. It's not about being anything good, decent, kind, or human, or doing the right thing. It's about being drama whores. Pieces of shit. Uh, hidden motherfuckers on a keyboard somewhere, jerking off on it, playing games. Most of you getting paid for it to some degree, in some way, some needful thing fulfilled or meant. If it were truly about Summer, if it were truly about facts or wanting my lives not, they bitch about the 12-hour lives, right? But they do shit to keep them to where they are very lengthy and nothing. And they know people, but there's a reason for that. Because it's not about Summer. Never has been. They don't want people to hear certain others. They don't want people to see the true receipts, the true reality. They don't want certain people heard. They know drama whores everywhere prefer drama over anything real about anything. Um, and they'll come to them in their 5-minute clip as opposed to. That's how you know it's never about any of these victims, survivors, or fighters here. They do the same shit in case after case on YouTube, especially in this group. Go to the upper tiers where some of these people actually do try to help, where they don't go real life, where they don't participate with this type of fuckery. Look at the difference between their chats and their members and subs versus these down here on this shit stain on a salad bar motherfucking place. I've watched whole ass real creators with real qualifications in real fucking life turn their entire channels completely off because of these shit stains and subs and members and chats and stuff. And this quality of motherfucker down here, we're starting to inundate and infiltrate their chats and stuff and fuck with them and try to weasel in. That should tell you something. Real detectives, profilers, at least, to the certain degree, started realizing pretty quick on some of what this place was, all these other things, watched this exact group and its members and shit start infiltrating it, trying to fuck with it, and others, and they all cut them whole the fuck off, changed the entire way their channels and chats are set up just to keep these motherfuckers out, and to keep out those who partake in this realm and their drama and their bullshit, because they weren't interested in it and didn't want their shit tainted by it. They didn't hand out wrenches to these motherfuckers or play patty cake with them, unlike some of the top tier pieces of shit around this particular group. And that's how you know really kind of where you're sitting at with certain creators, manufacturers. Either way, um, it's worse than that, Precious. It's worse. Some of these people, these creators, are really pushing people to suicide. They're really trying to get people murdered and shit. Some have absolutely pushed people to suicide or worse, or tormented them to death during health crises and this and the other. They're no better than murderers, and they've made money off of it. They've abused children openly and targeted them in front of you in many cases and each other's in order to get each other in line just over drama ship. They have traumatized real children and abused them right in front of y'all. Dead ass open, on it. And they are no better than murderers and child abusers. Some of them, hell, they have history and records of that. They have records and histories longer than anything they're, quote, trying to tell y'all about as perpetrators and suspects and whatever else in this realm. Worse histories of drug abuse and everything else, addictions, crimes. These are the people. You got motherfuckers over here telling you how to parent or talking about anybody's children around any of these crimes who have fake fucking children and families, y'all. What? They built these fake families and shit to tell you to pretend and to mindfuck you, manipulate you. And y'all, some of you know, you still listen. That should tell you what kind of motherfuckers you're dealing with. From top tier to low tier and in between, they have created entire fake families, dude. Storylines around them. Do you know how fucking wild that is? And people are like, well, it's okay. It ain't okay. Out here telling other, well, I've got kids and I feed them all the organics and do this and that. Bitch, you got fake kids. You got fake husbands and fiancés and shit. The fuck? Out here telling other, like, and, but they have to do that because it sounds better than, well, I don't have any of that and I have no perspective to speak from this and blah, 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 but I'm going to speak on everybody else's relationship or on other parenting, whatever, right? I'm just some asshole sitting somewhere behind an icon or pretend whatever. And I have a right to speak because I have children, and let me compare the fake children and the way I raise them, the way me and my fake fiance or husband do, whatever. Give me a break, right? It's egregious. I concur. From I don't want to. I don't want any of them. I ain't got time for that. Not for the rest of my days on this earth till I have time for that. Or space for it. Anyway, so we can stop with the bullshit today, right? Since we're 81 minutes in now, and we can talk about things that matter, or we can take and talk about the same shit different days. I should probably just shut this one down and start new. I don't. It doesn't really matter to me. It's weird to me though. I've seen who the hell put up that message? I don't know, Samantha. Oh yeah, I know. It was basic bitch. There's a comment Candace had left somewhere in a chat. I don't know if it was lockdowns or daisies or who the hell it was the other day. She was chatting. Um, she attributes everything around Summer and the boys basically to Satan. Talks about God, right? Me personally, I don't know how anybody would fucking believe. Because you see, what does it go back to? God knows all. God does everything for a reason, right? And if you believe, then that is what is taught. God knows all. God does everything for a reason. So if you believe, then you have to believe that then God knew about Summer and she just poofed because God didn't intercede, didn't stop it, chose to let it happen. So a little confusing when people are like, well, pray. Pray for what? The same God that's apparently responsible, knew it was going to happen, didn't intercede, said, now what? Do the fuck what? And in that, if you're praying to the same God that's responsible, knew it was going to happen, didn't intercede, and chose for that to take place, then aren't you questioning God, which you're not supposed to be doing? Questioning his judgment, his design. See how that works? I like math, don't quite math. I mean, you can say people, wildly enough, even in that, will be like, but free will, wait, what? Someone was 5 when she vanished. I highly doubt she chose to vanish off the face of the earth. On an average Tuesday turned not so average. There's no free will in that. That's a child who, in the eyes of God, is supposed to be precious. But he chose not to intercede, to stop it. Part of his grand plan is designed for what? Some will tell you what, to push Candace and Dawn to a God they only believe in when bad shit happens, much like those who go to jail or find themselves suddenly praying in all the hard times, like when the plane's going down. Or those who use it to cloak, hide. Oh, predators do love those. Colors, hues, tithing plates. Just as much as they love certain work positions, job titles, volunteer basis things, Boy Scouts, uniforms, priests. Weird how God can't even seem to keep all the devils out of his own houses of worship. This, for me, flows back into the closest you all have ever been given to a suspect list. You know what's second on that list? Well, it ain't the fucking neighbors. It's the SDA church members. Well, I assume it's the SDA church members. They just say church. Those close to Summer at church, and since that was the one she was attending at the time, well, you know. And if they placed somewhere between the parents and Candace Sr., it's a little weird, ain't it? Who's going to pray about that? When the people praying supposedly for her are suspects on how she just suddenly vanished, I guess, at God's will, on an average Tuesday. Matter of fact, somebody I was with last night looked over and seen their church sign. It's a little strange. Average. It's like, doing some weird shit up there. Fucking place is weird anyway. But it's so easy to fall down rabbit holes. conspiracy shit and everything else, though real crimes against real children and predators are rife inside of religious houses, households, worship centers, without any conspiracy needed. Just facts and stats and data. History, victims, mass court cases around them. Do you remember all that shit around Sinead O'Connor, Catholic Church? People were like, no, no, and then, oh, oops, sorry, Sinead. Warren Jeffs, all the rest throughout history. How many priests, preachers, congregants? Wolves in sheep's clothing used religion to be predators and to hide it. Do y'all know that certain churches, much like the SDA and Catholics, I'm sure you're well aware, considering that this is fact, they have their own media companies. They have their own, they have their own cleanup crews. No shit. They have their own sectors dedicated to keeping them in the free and clear of everything. Blowback, any whispers, any attaining to the reputation, churches, schools, things like that they have set up. All of them do it. From big ass places, from Baptist churches to Catholic, Scientology, Mormons, FDLS, all of them. Including this one right up here. I often wonder how much here's done for exactly that. In and around Summer's case, but it's easy, somehow, wildly enough, for the public to go, alright, these things are real. We all know as the public they're real. They've been outed as real. And then still build up conspiracy theories around them. Why? You don't need a fucking conspiracy theory. It really exists. You don't need adrenochrome or Wayfair or any of this. The shit's sitting right there in each and every one of your communities in some form or another. Staring you and your community dead ass in the face. It's happening around you everywhere. But y'all are looking around every corner and curve for QAnon and Bill Clinton and Ellen DeGeneres and Tom Hanks and a fucking island and a Pizzagate and sitting in these pews praying about that. Instead of what's right there in front of you. Now, do I think or know that any of those people are involved? No. Do I know that the list put out are as close as y'all ever come to one? At least so far. Could it be a tool? Could it be put out to see what shakes? Fucking absolutely. Much like the rest of everything else ever went. Everything can be a tool. A lot of things are. It's like I noticed old Thirsty over there. Yesterday, day before, I don't know, the title alone, I was like, you know, it's like, whatever. And I've not been really paying attention to it, especially since it made its debut around the same, well, re-debut around the same time and played ignorant of Summer's case, much like Moselle, and we all know better and the lies, whatever, hadn't been around here, didn't know, blah, 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 and it shows up the same time Ryan does, and this group latches up. Bullshit, bro. Right? Bullshit. Anyway, thirsty ass motherfucker. People can't see manipulation right from or anything. I give one that they attribute the reason they only communicate if things are tagged in the open as a way to manipulate and make people think, oh, look, it's very transparent. But what it actually is a thirsty, thirsty motherfucker. That's what the fuck that is. Um, Clout chasing and a lion sequel. That's what the fuck that is. Somehow fitting into this tragedy pimp crew, upon nothing to be of coincidence. It was here before, reappears convenient times. Nah. Either way, I only looked at it sideways because it was in my For You, whatever the fuck. That thing has really got to get its shit together. I'm gonna tell you. It's that dumbass algorithm has no idea what For You means because it just recommends everything that I don't want to see. Anyway, my head tilted like a Pomeranian with a cheese wrapper. I was like, oh, behavior penalty. Alright, thirsty. I had to tap. I had to know, even though I already knew. I didn't need to. Listen to about 3 seconds of that shit. Figure out what it's going to be about. I giggle. I move on. Because, see, a long, long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, I too could not quite figure out, because I only listened to a couple minutes of the behavior panel, right? At least the initial one where they did the interview entirely before Dr. Phil, all that, right? As I recall, it was like 12, 13 minutes, something like that, initially. It was a very short period. And I and others who knew and know certain people, like, oh, that motherfucker's hit. I don't care what happens next. No need to listen to this bullshit. Straight fuckery. No way these fucking fellas for legit are not gonna catch on to this. And then all the other things happen, and then whatever, the review or the results fucking shit too, and in between there you have the Dr. Phil pancake or the whole moment of duper's delight happens, which I found funny that somebody else was parroting that exact same thing and offering it out like Ed noticed, but that had been noted by many that that moment happened in there. Yeah, it's much like most underbells. They know exactly what the fuck's going on. They follow everything, but then they play like they're ignorant or new to, or just now coming in to break it down, or coming back, or doing whatever. People buying the shit. I ain't one of them. It's fucking stupid. Tired of watching it be done, and how many mind fucks manipulates. I ain't got time to run that shit. It's seconds in, seconds out. Like, I see you, fuck off this shit. I ain't bothering. But anyway, the point is that, like I said, it's like, huh, Tool? Dear Weather Vane? As the fuck is this? What just fucking happened with this so much cookie of fuckery? I was like, oh, this has got to be a Tool. Around the same time, you have Enton putting out that he'd been told people had passed it. Same time, you have other shit shaking. A few nice outside YouTube shows done. But then, see, it doesn't add up with the prior things they had done in and around Summer's case before being requested to do all of that. And if you watch after and a little time had moved on and they did other pieces, they don't add up. All that combined goes Tool. There's a great many things that can be used as tools. Hold on, guys. Sorry, I had to make a phone call. Um, Weird things. But yeah, I was like, yeah, I just, tools are tools, and I try to lay off of mentioning or even taking notice to where others but did notice on a great many different tools in and amongst all of this because I see a great deal moving, and I know how tools can be, where they're used and whatnot, how to use things. But sometimes it's hard not to call out. Not necessarily calling out the tools, but those who are stupid enough to be like dipshit over there. And I too, though, was like, man, what the fuck is all this at one point? I was like, oh, wait. Especially after I was made aware of prior pieces before, but by then it was too late. I was like, oh, fuck. Oops. But that one, super detective, right? No. And really, all it's doing is parroting what it's watched for this long after it's come back in and reinventing. It's just parroting and pretending it's new to whatever. Just parroting, mimicking, saying exactly what's already been said by so many before it, and being thirsty and tagging others in it and hoping somebody will notice, much like it got certain other people of far better and higher caliber to notice it and mistakenly step in its shit pile. And that way, I guess it can run amongst the internet, build up, and really mindfuck a shit ton of people. Because that's often the goal of these tragedy pimps and pieces of shit around the world, right? I just hate seeing it taking place. But anyway, the tool section, it's like I see a great many of those things and have and know about some being used, and I try often not to even notice that for the greater good. I'm a firm believer in the toolbox, just not the tragedy pamphlet, um, because they aren't tools. They aren't helpers. They aren't Mister Rogers. They're not fucking detectives. Yo, it's like last night before I checked out here when I got back. I think it was when I got back. I seen the title, because, helpful folks over there came to advertise for certain fuckery occurring at that time. Luckily I had to check anyway. Wild on it, timing how it just lit up as I started mine. But anyway, then had helpful folks advertising. Alright, I was like, oh, fuck it. Anyway, something popped up for me. Had to jet. Seen the title later on or whatever. It's like, the fuck's this about? And see, when I see titles like that, oh, I made another same truck as always mad today. Did y'all hear it? Bliss. Aww. They'll get over it. And them tires ain't. It's time. It's, eventually, one of you three is entirely going to take out your turbos, your engine, or your tire in it, and you're going to get stuck right in front. And you're going to have to sit there. Or not far from me. After you blow your shit up, fuck it up, or can't drive away. And those should be good times. I always do have a habit of appearing. There it is. Anyway. I look at those titles. And I know better than to click. I don't have to. You know why? Because logic and common sense should tell most. Before they ever click, that it's a lie. And it's bullshit. And it's to bait you in. And that it makes no sense. Immediately. And it can't be so. Cannot be so. Every time they have any stream, live stream, a video, clip, a short, a sudden new unreleased, whatever. I want y'all to think about this real hard. Before you go watch it, before you go listen to it, before you go view it, before you think, oh my god, it's a new thing, it must be a thing and something needs to be done, and oh my god, I hope FBI or TVI or LE or whatever are wearing, oh my god, has this been turned in, and holy shit, it's a new clue. Did you turn in this phone call? Did you report this? Did you do that? And oh shit! These recordings, these videos, these things. I want you to think about it. I want you to pause, and I want you, for the greater good, and yourselves, to stop and just think. How fucking hot do you think Candace and Dawn's devices and phones and everything they are is? Everything and everyone they're around and speak to. I'm asking seriously. Yeah, but burning hot. So do you think people probably aren't listening or seeing all the communications in real time? Do you really think that that title estimated that picture? Do you think it wasn't captured in real time, being sent, received? And yeah, of course, then they can play calls for you where they've recorded the FBI, TBI, law enforcement. Going, here's this big thing, we're turning in, and oh my god, it's a thing. And then that makes you all believe it even more. Like, holy shit, it really is a thing, and here's this agent or this cop going, well, we'll take it, this and the other. Doesn't mean they don't already have it either. A lot of times it could mean that they're just seeing how far some of these folks are willing to go with tampering of and fucking about in, trying to collect on certain shit. All kinds of weird shit. Much like I'd say they're doing it. Karen Reed's and others. Any other cases these tragedy pimps keep stepping in? Tampering with feds, state feds, local and state law enforcement courts, and using this realm to help with the impact. I just, and then the the tip of it all stands the absolute fact that you've got a bunch of people who from June 15th onward have been playing the same shit, much like they did in years past. All kinds of events in the past. Same cookie cutter stamp on everything, same stories, same mud jello. And I don't know what the hell you make of that when you're Ellie or Fed or anything else, and you know you've literally got a couple motherfuckers doing it on purpose and fucking with everybody. And them to real news media, journalists, social media that they allegedly, supposedly come to for help. Um, Playing games and fuckery and hoaxes and shit with everybody in between. I just. So, how do you go about people who admittedly do these things? Hoaxes, games, fucking with people, lying, immediately going, yep, we're playing games, we're fucking around this air, and they've said that outright, and the law enforcement and others around them then how does law enforcement and feds and such, how do they determine anything given to social media or these creators? How do they determine what's fact or fiction? How can something be an aha when those playing the games be like, oh, it's just a game? And then when you have those, say like Cher, Prayer Garden, uh, the We Can Leave You Hopeless, others involved in all this shit from like Onset, Sweetie Pilo, Serafina, that group, MGL, Justin the rest, that sector of fuckery. But you have them writing the story for Sandy. Now you don't need to take my word for it. Listen to Prayer Garden's own lyrics we played. She was covering for him, writing everything for him, even before you saw Candace Switch. Squall pushing everybody to do everything for all these other things, these people in place instantly around them, recording in real time. They're also saying, yep, we're openly fucking with the public. They're laughing and giggling about it to all of us. I've told y'all openly it's what they're doing. So how? And when all these creators know that to be fact, and they've participated in, been directed to do certain things for them, around them, and others involved, others who are quote suspects or POIs or whatever, right? Church members, Candace Senior, monsters, Freds, everybody else. And you have this group cleansing and narrating and butterflying and doing, cleaning everything up after everybody around here in the public eye, instead of letting it be as it is. Then how in the hell do you all even discern? And they know you can't, but they know they've tampered with everything. Everything. Not just all of us, but Summer's actual case. And they've done so on purpose. They've created fake federal agents several times, fake law enforcement, fake undercovers, fake this, fake that, fake tip lines that were supposed to be going to the fucking real feds for Summer to siphon up tips they've created. I mean, they've contaminated fucking witnesses by making sure to slide the money for the interviews, and stuff that you see, done. Yeah, and there's a big difference in that, than say like one of us throwing up cash up, something like that. There's a big fucking difference. It's why they want the whole world to think, like they'll tell you that, there's always shit going around. And they try to make a big deal at one point and try to, like, for me, they were like, no, 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 no. She's been paid for visiting online. I think Benny even tried that a while back again. That is to discredit, because it's never been done by me. I've never ever received money for an interview or panel hop or anything like that. Never. But they can't make that so they have to make it up. As far as I'm concerned. The others, monsters, Freds, all those JLR fucked with, the MGLs, the possibly Chris Sims, everybody in between, the psychics, the Juanitas, all them. They've paid all of them repeatedly in some way. And they've done so in what, like, do you think MGL and them were Look, you don't slip somebody money for an interview and all this shit, right? But then make sure it's on camera too. They did that. That way, defense or jurors or anything. See, these are the little nefarious things they do that tamper with cases, including some jury pools. It's a way to discredit, and even if it goes into courts and things like that, it's a way to get people to walk free that may not need to be. But y'all don't think anything of it. I know they're a piece of shit for taking money, but you don't think beyond that of why this place and these creators are doing things like that. You see, this place has never been about, not about solving it. It's been here to destroy everything and all of us. To get everything from all of us. And our satelliting lives and occurrences for the drama while they hashtag Summer's name. Show you news clips, interviews, this shit and the other that they've written, scripted, done for, that are contaminated and they know it. Well, they pretend. But it isn't about solving or helping Summer in any way. It's about destroying everything around Summer in her case. Just like the other cases they've screwed with, to even prior to Summer's. For years, but definitely leading up to Summer's, they were enacting these same techniques they've become so bold with and are learning real well. Tactics they're using and wielding in Summers, Quentin Simons, several others, Karen Reed. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And worse and more dangerous. It pays more if they destroy these cases. Contaminate jury pools. Communities. Mindfuck entire communities they know will be watching. Pit neighbor against neighbor. Community members set off shit. Drama. Uphold monsters within. Lick the asses of prime and only or main or already named suspects like Billy Joe, Leilani, all that shit around Quentin, all these other things. It behooves them if children's remains are not found. And look at what they do even once things go into full motion. People are arrested. Look at Idaho 4, Quentin Simons, Delphi. And they still fuck with those court cases and try to contaminate and stop. And it's insane. But, oh dear. What'd you do, Billy? Anyway, so in that regard, all of it combined. And I mean, the proof's here right in front of your faces that this is what they're doing. It's what they've been doing in cases. It's what they're doing in Summers and many others. Very high profile cases. More so even than Summers. They're doing it, man. Even with the eyes of the world, I'm gonna see that's a fucking foul part. In the age of QAnon and Wayfair and all this bullshit, man. This stuff's creeping into being normalized. Because it's having to be talked about even by real journalists. And then it brings eyes over here. And it really does come up from these little shit stains, salad bar, Build-A-Bear, no sub, no count motherfuckers, and contaminates what is essentially the entire fucking world in these cases. That doesn't surprise me, Billy. Was she talking about a little? I know one of them, one was. And it might have been her the other day, I don't know. I have to share for it anyway, yeah. It was a straight fucking violation, and one of them, one monster, was present and talking about little, and see, that's the thing. He's not supposed to be in any manner. Now, he can say and do whatever and try to skirt around my shit, the order. You can keep thinking whatever, but you see, Little's orders a little separate. Also, laws say he's not proven me and cannot be speaking about that child, even without those orders, all kinds of shit. And so those orders hit a little harder. Yeah, about me smoking around a little. Yeah, okay. Alright. Let's all take note that Ziggy took hers on a fucking cross-country trip, picked up drugs, and went all the way back cross-country and smokes fucking weed and shit around hers. And is always twitching with them allergies and shit. Can we all take note of that? Teaching her how to be a bully, drama queen, a terrible human being, all that. She in there in her own house, with the pissy puppy pads and stuff, smoking it the fuck up with shit that can actually hotbox her kid and make her fucking high and test positive for sure. Yeah, let's talk about my cigarette. Anyway, I'm so sick of that bullshit, bro. And then it's also, here's the thing. I love how people assume, just like they always have, several years now, where Little is and where Little is located. And they also, I guess, think I'm sitting in a tiny camper, much like, I guess, Stall and Monster smoking it up around her kids. Y'all seen it, motherfucker? It literally is like, it's big. It's big. Ain't no battery, ain't shit in that motherfucker. We've talked about how it didn't make sense either. Just had to get a camper to get away, but I got one and it's parked a mile from me. Um, and, you know, they'll often do the live stream there. And just to make y'all think that they're in that all the time. No, they ain't. But anyway, it's to be like, ooh, no, it's all horse shit. It's all that. But hey, y'all got them all kinds of things. Campers, weddings paid for that have on recording were just to fuck with me. Um, anyway, yeah, the whole thing is there's that, I guess they sit there around Stall's kids, smoke it the fuck up, cigarettes, green, whatever. Anybody saying boo about that shit, are they? Meanwhile, this motherfucker's massive. This is a luxury. all kinds of rooms, space, full showers, bathtubs, wash machine, dryers, sinks, cooking space, full size fridges. We're talking skylights and you just think, bars and islands and full fucking radio systems and this motherfucker can sleep like 25. I'm sick of fucking hearing it. Seriously, my shit's bigger than Chris M's. And either way, I got a full ass cabin back here too, so I just can't place it 'cause it's fucking. But I don't know that I am right now anyway. Or if I don't know what to freaking. Either way, everybody assumes a whole lot of shit. And either way, I gotta tell you, Billy, you know where I never let mine hang out at? 110. You know where they never really went visiting at? Fred's. Um, yeah, so there's that. You know what I've never done as a parent? I've never taken any into any hollows where I knew some dangerous motherfuckers resided or shit might set off. I didn't, and especially as a stranger to those hollows, I didn't do that. I didn't go actively visit anyone suspected of shit like vanishing children with my children. Just fucking saying. Nope, did not. Absolutely did not. Still do not. I do everything I can to protect, especially from this fucking group. And it's part of why we're here, and have been. Because of what they did that I didn't realize at the time was part of the thing, Squall, her Facebook groups, putting out my kids' pictures, doing the pulling, the manipulation, whatever, me trying to protect against that, and did not realize the level of shit at the time. So now it was, I thought there'd be a real world full of real people that really just cared about summer. And if shown a bigger picture, they'd leave everybody the fuck alone and leave my kids alone too. No, that did not. And then they crucify me for like anytime I'm online, right? Where's Willow? Goddamn. Doesn't make sense though, does it, if you think about it? Where, like, well, I mean, we all know Justin's kids are imaginary and shit, but where the fuck are they when he's online 24 hours a day? Where, I mean, and the Adrians and Jennies and all the other female critters around with their kids, or that literally they may do only an hour live or something, but you can see them floating around these streets 24 fucking hours a day. And a lot of you know they're behind the scenes in the discords and shit 24 hours a day. They're on the phones together, they're in the discords, they're doing the backs and shit we don't see here. Well, that means us time not spent with theirs. Ziggy, y'all remember? Well, back in the day, that bitch did like 24-hour live streams too. Did anybody go, oh, the bitch is on matches, la 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 la, where's her cat? You know. Mm, mm. Do they now? Mm. Look at Justin, despite his imaginary children. How does he take care of them when he's online this book? Anybody see anybody calling in and go, where the fuck are your babies? Who's taking care of them? Why you're sitting your ass online and in every chat and behind the scenes and in the discords and on phone calls plotting and planning. Yeah. No, it ain't for children. They're for using them. Even making imaginary ones up. Mind fuck all y'all. So they can compare and pretend. Do organic applesauce. You know? Hell no. I've never known of him really throughout all the years they've worked. And as far as I know, he's on disability for has been for a great many years. Though they usually take that if you're incarcerated for very long, no matter if it's permanent disabilities or not. But no, I've never known that. When we were young and kids, every now and then. So like eons ago, but not much. It's usually, if any work really, it was stuff to do with farm shit, favor shit, side job, odd job shit. Much like a lot of those that revolve around this. Mostly in that case, though, dope shit. I don't know what to take. But yeah, back on Southern Driveway there, yeah, you all see those titles, things like that, phone calls, all that. It just takes logic and common sense to go, wait a minute. Yeah, law enforcement probably had all that in real time as it was really happening second for second, minute for minute. And if you, yeah, how in the fuck does anybody tell anything from shit we all know is contaminated or people since day one been like, hey, we're fucking with everybody. Ha ha. How do you then separate fact from? The only way to do that is to get real pieces to shake loose in between that other people can't outrun, can't have fucked with, can't have tampered with. That all then catch up. And that no tragedy pen plays hands on. And that is clean and clear of everything in and around realms, certain motherfuckers. You know, it's like the other day. And there's a difference, right? You hear basic bitch over there, right? I don't know, some dumb shit about. I think we went over this last night in Short Life, but um the shit with the well, all these um things you put out, blah blah blah. They don't make sense to us. Yeah, okay, yeah, they're not meant to make sense to all of you. You know, never were. Some things are not meant for you. Some things, a lot of things, are meant for those who may hold the keys that could shake loose, or for certain eyes, to where they might be the fucking key. Um, and those who need to see or can make sense of that they might hold other pieces to other things. They are not for the public to get, nor, despite how hard they try, they'll never be able to put together. They can probably make whatever they want out of it, but, and that's the double-edged sword of it all, but, they're meant for those not of this realm or social media, period. I hate that so many nutters around here and shit, despite how many times I say that, don't seem to get that, and I hate that these creators feel just pissy about it still. Um, that's not my fucking problem. Now, people will be like, and see, I do so at my own discretion. When and where I think I need to. And I try to judge what could harm versus help. That's all I can do. But the difference is, because they'll say, well, what about you? And you're putting out this, you're putting out that, blah, blah, blah. This does whatever. No, it's what the double-edged sword thing is. These creators enjoy the drama, twists in narratives. They take something, they don't know what it is, but they take it and they make it into something else wild, set it on fire, and throw it out into the streets like a bag of cat shit left on a door, right? Back in like 1982 when that was, you know, what is it, Ding Dong Ditch or something? I don't know. Anyway, something like that, right? And then they just watch the bushes and they enjoy and reap benefits of it. But they say, well, what about you putting out whatever? Well, see, there's a difference. I ain't out here putting out no fucking phone calls and shit and sitting there and doing all this crazy shit with clickbait fucking titles that I know damn good well that's tragedy pimped the fuck up, contaminated as fuck, and trying to make them a thing where they're not a fucking thing, like on purpose. Knowing damn good. Do you know how wild it is to watch motherfuckers you know have tampered and tried to destroy Semper's case and helped literally watch it in front of your own eyes shut down things when real things could have been gotten? They've shut that down and kept that from happening and blatantly told you that it is for the purpose of keeping people that are still obviously on the suspect list safe from saying anything incriminating. What the fuck? Hold up. And then to play you calls later on, going with clickbait titles. Do you know how wild that is? You can't make that make sense. Yeah, Billy, that's not the first time those have been out. It's not the first time been talked about. It's. But people have a tendency around here, don't they? How many times do we see them? And everything. All things are redone. Even Dummy, I think last night said something about, well, I have shared them before. But they've just not shared the bottom right. They're making a thing. It's like, whatever. Either way, you still jump past the fact. Logic and common sense says that was probably had in real time. Especially that early on, after Summer vanished and those were shared with Dummy. Do you think there was anything coming or going from devices that was not known or taken by law enforcement? Yeah, that's what I thought. And then do you think law enforcement and these teams of experts looked at that picture coming and going and didn't discern long before Justin or a share and go, damn, that's a picture of another device. Hey, and here's the hot take. Here's the stupid shit. These feds can tell. Say you take a picture of another device. One you've hidden or something, from a ring, and they're gonna go, huh, that's a type of XY. I mean, they can tell even from, I mean, Jesus, the tech they have. They can narrow that down by a little portion of whatever something looks like. Figure out what device type it is. Then see if it's ever been connected to any type of service associated with, say, like C&D. And go, alright, well, this is one we did not collect or have. It has been connected to a device. Why the fuck are they on it? And then they can get a warrant and they can go in and get it, or well, they can just, because of the Patriot Act and shit, and NSA and how things work these days, they can get a warrant behind the scenes you never know about. They can just tap the cold fuck up out of all your shit and take it. They don't need to go get it. See, that's how it fucking works. No QAnon, Wayfair, Kool-Aid, Cher, or Justin involved. And then you also got to think, throughout the course of this thing, there's been quite a few times where law enforcement has, even per Don, in his words, busted in their fucking doors and went in and got shit. And I've known this to be true because of others around shit, and there was, so, and also because, like, in the first days, I know there was a few of those that happened because we're still living in there. But, at any point, they can kick in a fucking door and get what they want. But it just defies all fucking reason. And then it's like, if you really thought that was fucking evidence to that degree, as far as their type of evidence or with all whatever, what the fuck did you come here and like, oh, suddenly seeing, eh? And what Okay, makes full sense. Okay, whatever. And there's a difference between what they put out and what those of us like myself put out. A lot of which is not meant to be had or understood by anyone else other than those who should or could. Um, and I do know with an absolute certainty that feds do have everything. Uh, so the thing is, and that's because I've been told so to my face by feds, and that you guessed it, all on fire. So the thing is, and I don't care, you know, uh, I hope that is actually so. Uh, all the time, every day. I've been told it's so. So I can go by it. But I know that as I actually give pieces or whatever, I know where they fit, and I know others who can see them, and all these other things that, including Ellie, that then they can be used to put things together in certain orders or to drop keys, possibly, hopefully. And in that way, it is very different. Um, it's like I watch them all the time. They'll take messages that they think are just simply about, say, Monster Nine, the abuse or relationship scenario, and it's not anything as it appears, or what they want to make of it, or not think far enough into it. But I know others can see. So, see, even in some of those, it's not simply about Monster and I and the abuse and the life and whatnot. They hold things. The other day, when I was dealing with the real life impact old Zigster's having here and on real lives and the danger presence because of her stupid tragedy pimping ass who gives no fucks anyway. And honestly, you know, she can get someone killed. Hell, she'll fucking tragedy pimp on that shit for eons, right? And swear, like Justin, I bought him a pair of don't slip grips one time. Here comes chasing with a, stamp. Whether you did or not, chasing will inevitably come. Whether you've died or really like faking it, doesn't matter. Chasing will come with the goddamn stamp for the math and the paid and bought for obituaries and shit. So anyway, um, but I was entirely frustrated and upset and pissed off and just fed the entire fuck up and how dangerous shit's becoming. Not that it's not been so, because our fuckery ran everything summer since the beginning. Old Bones there. But, it's to astronomical proportion. and it really is going to get someone killed. It always was. It was already at that level for the longest time. Now it's damn near certainty that that's going to happen, and it is going to be on her. Real blood's going to spill, and it's really going to be on her hands. And I wouldn't doubt that that's already happened. It's just not quite known yet. Not by you all, anyway. But anyway, I was entirely like, and trying to figure out what the fuck to do with everything, and how to go about this situation. And how to keep others, including even Monster's dumbass over there, safe from the blowback and threat and harm. It's definitely coming, but it's too stupid to figure it out. Or, I don't know, there's a lot of things there. Then again, considering what he and Stahl and the others have done in this group, he ain't oblivious to, he's never been, and what they use to try to do certain shit. And yeah, it's fun. So, nah, he's not oblivious. He knows good and well. He has, and he was warned about it right before shit set off with Summer. All the major changes for all of them began, including him, Candace and Dawn, Fred. He's been well aware. Some of the most extreme changes around all of them and shifts began. At a certain day, certain folks that I hold the pieces for, and I wonder who all's involved. And Monster is such a pussy, I wonder if he did play a role in either, even if it's secondary and a satelliting thing. And if he was scared. Hell, he's always scared. Such a goddamn pussy. Save me. Oh my god, get him to move myself. Oh my god, get me out. Oh my god. He knew what they wanted. And that's when extreme things go. It's when stabbings and insertion. Fucking entire arsenal. It's when Fred started this and this. And it's when you taught her. It's when all these things, and then dawn and the certainty that I guess now something's gonna happen to her. It's all the movements. And if Monster had a brain, and he truly isn't, it's not secondary. He would think. He would think. And he'd understand. I know he's fucking stupid and blind. That's the problem. And I don't mean that because I'm being mean. I mean that because he's now only gas and fire. There's no brain involved. And he's enjoying what's happening. He's enjoying this group, the abuse, the profiting off of it. He's got somebody beside him that enjoys that type of shit too. Like the dude I knew, even the Monster at full tilt, hates drama, hates anything like that. For him to be doing this on social media shit and otherwise is just out of fucking character even for the Monster. It's Stahl that enjoys shit like this and always has. This motherfucker even hated Facebook. Wouldn't even fucking touch it, dude. Had an account for eons. Bad me running everything else, right? Got proof of that or I wouldn't say it. Didn't have shit to do it. Hates it. Despises it. Despises fucking drama and shit. That's why you see him even during the little shit Stahl and all them put into play and where the finger fuckers of and doing all the shit and he calls out Jenny and Adrian on him for and Penny and everybody for twisting it. He's only pissed because people then think he's scamming and he can't get cash apps. Otherwise it's Stahl talking for him in his inbox and shit. He's being pushed and pulled and manipulated on all sides and he no longer has a branch, just casts fire. But that's the reason during those events you see him going, when he supposedly, allegedly thinks all this danger of being posted, which he knows better than. He knows me better than that. He knew better than when these bitches were, quote, getting it twisted, and he calls them out for being the goddamn liars and twisters they are, but then he even has to go into court, cover all their asses somehow, right? But, lie and cover his own ass and all theirs and this group effort, they signed and admitted to on that order. But anyway, the thing is, that's the reason you see him during that time going, hey, he's going to get high and taking a nap. He does not do the shit. It's just like he wouldn't even be fucking with our kids the way he is if it wasn't for Stahl in this group. Dude has never given a shit about these kids, man. Never. Million messages with him going, man, fuck them kids. They're yours. I don't want shit to do with them until, and I've shown you these messages the other day. I even showed you one. It's one thing a dude never say about me is that I was a bad parent. Otherwise, I think he's like, shit, they're alive because of you, bro. I mean, I'll do the child support, do whatever else. But I don't want to do it until they're whatever. He said the same thing in the first court appearance. Before Little ever got to pick and choose herself, just like she did the second time. He only came for them and only comes for them and only has anything to do with them because it benefits him and Stahl and because Stahl wants it done and because his group wants it done in order to tamper with them as witnesses, get information from them, abuse me, latch on the family, keep strings and ties, keep eyes on us, keep us boxed, keep abusing us. This group wants information about Summer. They want to tamper with all the witnesses around Summer's case. They want to break me as a human. They want to hurt, blah, blah, blah. Otherwise, he'd never, even that caliber of monster, because I know what kind of monster he is, would have never done any of this. And he would have never given two shits, never contacted either of these children again, ever in the whole of his fucking life. Would have paid support without having to go to court for anything else. He was at least that, man. That's, whatever he get tossed at him between his dope shit or running around shit. But at least he would have done something. I'll give him that. It's only because of Stahl he chose to start stealing out of Little's mouth and from the government and doing all the fuck shit and not paying a goddamn guy. It's her, this group, it's greed. Greed monster does love the money. Dope, the whores, everything else, but he would have still attempted, even if it was hands off and it was thrown in the mailbox. It's only because of what he's left around that things are getting so extreme and why you're seeing some of what you're seeing. And I know this. In all of this, it's like the last contact that was forced between him and Little. It was a blackmail effort. Absolutely. If I ever played you the recording, you couldn't see he was trying to blackmail her kid. It was only about and in the first message I sent her, it's literally, I'll give you what you want. Yeah. And he knew clearly she wanted no contact, but it forced it. Right. And then in the call, the only reason is to blackmail her to where it would be blackmailing me. to do certain shit in court to let go if he didn't come after Little one. And to terrify Little that he was going to keep going for if I didn't acquiesce. It's full on goddamn blackmail and mind fucking of our child. It was abuse. It was coercion. And it's absolutely goddamn transparent as glass if you ever listen to the recording. That was just a few months ago. And Entity also, once again, has to target Little and go, I don't give a fuck about Summer. She's not part of my life. Just a couple months ago now, this guy on the streets like, oh no, Summer matters. Yeah, okay, buddy. I'm glad Chasing and Jenny and Adrian are buttoning you up like they have done. It's fine, I don't care. But either way, he's left around the worst type of people, and Monster doesn't have a thing of his own, so he takes on the personalities and shit around him, always has. That's how he get caught. Immediately, he's one of the worst I've ever seen. He takes on speech patterns, music, things change almost instantly within hours of coming into contact with others near him. He will start doing that, not just in a normal, typical way that other humans do, but in a very extreme sense. It's how I'd catch him often cheating, doing all these other things too, because when it would be closer contact, it would be very noticeable. I'm like, man, again, really? You know? Um, he takes on the personality, whoever is running him or he's looking up to, or, whatever, all these things at the time. And that's what he's circled by right now, so that's what he's doing. He's full tilt monster. Based on other monsters. And other monsters are teaching him how to become a better monster. And he's enjoying the shit out of it, just like Dawn does. I'll be right back, guys. Anyway, the point is that no matter what, a lot of things in the last couple of years, especially, are not just black and white, and not all things are as they appear, and all things can be multiple things, and despite my soul screaming for fucking justice. Despite calling out monsters and ripping off masks, despite the training and shit, I've tried to protect even those who have continued to hurt Iron, little, and eldest for our entire lives. I know it doesn't make much sense to others, but it's not harm from me. It's harm from what's swirling, always has been. And I don't know if it's just so fucking stupid it doesn't. But it can't be. I know that it can't, especially with all these pieces and proof that show it fully new, especially as the extreme changes begin. But then it may not realize, I don't, in other ways, how it's, when it's stuck with gas, fire, tragedy, pit monsters, and profit on it, it's gonna have that on there, the personalities on there, and it's not. And the pieces and the proof, I just don't know where to separate all things. It'd be easier to discern if it weren't for these fucking tragedy pimps and their bullshit. The goddamn Jennies, Adrians, Chasings, Shares, and all the rest. Pieces of fucking shit. Regardless, something wicked this way comes. But you see, it's back to the receipts. Proof the things meant to be seen, others not meant to be, and the way in which those around its release versus tragedy pins. And like, when I was trying to figure out the situation that's occurring because of fucking bones over there, others here close to all this on the ground. You can hear and see their anger at the situation too. And at Bones and these tragedy pimps, what they're fucking doing. And they old enough to know what fucking shit's really up. And I can hear them say to me in anger, because they're so frustrated with it too. They're like, other than yourself, there's maybe only one other. And those were the words. There's maybe only one other online, as in YouTube, who actually know jack shit about anything. The rest of these motherfuckers have no idea. Shit you all hold, shit you all know. There's only one other than you, Jody Sue, on here, and it's really jack shit. Anything about anything. And actually are. Whatever. Nah, it's not me saying, oh my god, I'm a thing. Look at me. Because trust me, I'd rather not be a fucking thing. I'd rather no Tuesdays have ever taken fucking place. I'd rather not be the neighbor who heard a scream with my children. I'd rather never have been the neighbor who stepped into the creek. I never wanted to be the neighbor not find my neighbor's missing child on June 5th. Who in the fuck desires something like that? Wants something like that? Nobody. Nobody except these true crime, Karen fucking cold sack junkies who dream of being part of something. Like the Duncans, the panel writers, the fake fuckers, the ones like Trevor the Rest who just suddenly know all the children of the dead kids that kids at the high school, those types, and these Karens who want to be and dream of and think they're really gonna, you know, most people will never face a not average Tuesday. Stats show that. Most people wouldn't fucking know what to do in one anyway. Most people who find themselves part of an average Tuesday that turns into a not average Tuesday wish to God never occurred. They don't do all these things, these cul-de-sac true crime junkies and the Reeds and all these others do. For starters, most of those motherfuckers would crumble if even the slightest fucking strange wind blew in their lives. They'd crumble if it was them. They had their child or a loved one missing, murdered, any of that. They'd crumble. They would sit in, close the blinds, wouldn't want to be part of anything. They wouldn't go searching. They wouldn't do all the things they proclaimed they do online. Here and other cases around other things, women and children and murdered and missing. And by God, they'll sit here and compare. Pretend they know what they do, how they'd react, how it would affect them. They enjoy that type of shit. They enjoy inserting when something happens and they do all the things. Like Reed over first Boswell and Summer, same little birdies and the same little hovering Build-A-Bear YouTubers that had tried to start up in Boswell's stuff locally, then got bigger here in Summers. Were still used by this group. They wouldn't have a fucking clue, and they wouldn't be able to survive it. Let alone if there are a million of them piling on to people, or to them. If they ever found themselves part of a Tuesday that turned into a not average Tuesday, and what amounts to the realest version of gang stalking that ever existed and probably worst online ever. They would have absolutely lost their shit long, long ago. But that's the thing, though, isn't it? They dream of being parts of shit. But then if that shit ever came to their doors, they couldn't survive the shit. And they don't like being called out for all that shit. Or being mentioned because it makes them feel a type of way. And they don't want to own that shit. And they know chances of them ever being or find themselves from an average Tuesday to a not average Tuesday are very fucking slim. Stats show and prove this. But if ever it does visit any of them, it will be different. Because that's often how it is, right? It doesn't matter until it's them. How many in the past couple months around here have y'all watched? And I'll use this as an example because I can, and because it was me, it was done to, and still is. How many in the past few months on these YouTube streets have you watched be diagnosed with some form of cancer or ailment very similar to my own? Who now that it's them, they're online boohooing, right? We'll call it boohooing because it's them. They're allowed to speak about theirs. Ain't nobody out here on the rest of these streets of the creators saying, "Oh, sad fishing," are they to them? Nope. They're leaving them entirely alone. They're championing whatever, right? Blah blah. But now that it's these people who for years now who've attacked me, terrorized me over my actual cancer and the surgeries for them that left me with speech disabilities, as they all participated, knowingly, willfully, ate at me, taught me, put out rumors, bullshit narratives about me, trying to make it like I was XYZ, intoxicated, this, that, the other, blah, blah, couldn't understand me, helped build up channels to where they were deciphering me so people could understand me, all that. Well, now they're facing all these journeys themselves, right? Now it's them. Now they count. Now they matter. And they're off limits and off bounds. Especially, and other creators ain't doing. You see them making $75 jigsaw puzzles and merch and shit, or asking or questioning about their meds or what they must be on or how they must be, I don't know, like any of that. As a matter of fact, a bunch of them still doing live streams, everything else, probably intoxicated. Do you see people being like, man, they're shit fast, blah, blah, attack it? No, you do not. So it tells you there's a difference in how I'm treated versus. You remember the chase, the 423 fake leukemia chase? How he was untouchable for like a weekend? Because, oh my gosh, fake cancer, everybody knew it was fake cancer. It was meant to be an untouchable moment. They pull a few of those around here. Remember that? Pepperidge Farm does. Now, I'm not saying any of these people should be bothered or treated like shit. I just find it real wild. Everybody wants to forget where some of these fucking creators, subs, chats, etc., who have spent years doing this to myself and shit. There's a couple creators here who have driven a couple other cancer patients to death, harm quicker with the stress and shit they put on. Also, made these people feel the need to leave absolute proof they had these diseases um, and died from and everything else behind and put out in the public because of what they'd done to them, terrorized them, and stress they put on them, which could have contributed to their death in the way that stress and shit fucks with one's immune system and all that. But they didn't care a bit. But they're here now, still, and it's always different when it hits them and hits home, isn't it? But look at the same tragedy pimps circling it. They're not creating merch. They're not doing this the other. Well, currently, they're not tormenting them. Currently, they're not doing the same things around them. Hmm. And those that, wildly enough, through all these years have done it to me are now out here without any sense of irony. I just been like, oh gosh, here's my journey. And, wait, hold on. Anytime I mention my shit, ever, even if it's just in a cursory manner, it's all sad fishing, it's this, it's that, it's whatever, you shouldn't put that online. Weird. By the same people who are now putting theirs all online. Uh, wanting to be treated like humans in extreme situations, but they had no humanity about them and didn't care to target me on purpose by using my own cancers and conditions to do so. But now that it's I just find it's part of this place, I guess. Um, Dyer, are you still in here? Yeah, he had no idea what even red and white blood cells did in it. And that was supposedly his like return, like it's not his first go round allegedly, but then later on we learned that wasn't the first time in his life he'd used that and faked it. Either way, and then like, you see him appear, it's like I called him out yesterday, like receipts, I'm like, this motherfucker out here smoking, doing all this shit openly on panels, I think it was with Josh and him, he did that. I was like, whoa, that was my hold up, man. I'm like, no, 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 no. And I showed my own paperwork, but you have to sign here for any of the cancer care centers. Here, if they find that shit in your shit, dude, you are chunked the fuck out. And I'm not talking like, uh, I'm talking like no care given. I was like, yeah, busted. And that's also wild. You don't see them hunting down the medical records, man, motherfucker, either. Like, they still do not. And they've had some of these, um, creators or their wives and others that work here locally. And always, every time I'm in the hospital, I mean, there's a reason. I just kind of chill. Can't even, basic, let alone all my necessary life saving appointments. Because I just take issue with them fiddling and all the shit. And it's like last time I was in the hospital. not going to be sold off. This group or otherwise, or and it's something they're still after. It's like, look at the shit the other night, Monster and Ziggy trading uh, all those shit, and it's to put out this idea that I'm on shit or this and other. That back then, she wouldn't know what my medicines and shit were, and with the cancer and all this. Like, Monster is giving out my healthcare information in the background to her so they can put out shit. You see Brooks continue with that theme, all this other crap. That's what that really was about, the shark thing. Um, I know what they're going for. Either way, that's entirely illegal as fuck. And that you can visibly watch them doing it. Yeah. And see, this is why. You wonder why? You wonder why my family doesn't seem to know anything about anything? That's a hint, wink, nod at those inserted in my family. In order to give you anything, same reason that Monster doesn't know anything and all these other things. Well, there's your fucking clue. Also, because ain't nobody, I Monster didn't know shit from the beginning, still don't, because he was too busy banging Stall, and I wasn't really in his purview, and the only days that some bitch would take off were when Stall wasn't next door to pump, or, just because he wanted a day off, and then he'd sit in the car if he did even accompany me to the doctor, or, he just wanted off one day, he'd fed up with work, and he'd use me as an excuse, be like, I gotta take her to the doctor! But what he really meant when he lied to the employers was, I just need a day off. I don't give a fucking enough about her to go in, not even with her bone marrow pulls, not with her surgeries, even those I've caused her to have, whatever. I'll sit out in the car, text bitches, hoes, whatever. If I even go, or I'll stay home, I'll do whatever it is, she'll just go by herself. Same shit like when I was in ICU. And he also made sure to cut off any other family or friends from being able to stay with me because he'd been made sure to say he'd be there after other people were. But he's like, no, I'll be here during these hours. And then guess what? As a form of abuse, then he made sure not to be there either. He used it as a way to make sure I was alone and nobody else could visit because he was the only one on the list because COVID rules. And then made sure to use all that time to be installed and running amok and doing dope and then tormenting me by tormenting the kids at home. And I even ripped some of my stitches in my neck and shit on other crap trying to get the fuck out of the hospital. First or second night because of how badly he was tormenting my animals and my kids at home. Trying to come up out the fucking bed with my head sewed on and oxygen still running full tilt. And I'm trying to figure out why I was stopping breathing and everything else, even with the oxygen full tilt. Just trying to come up out of the fucking bed and get my ass home and leave the hospital against medical advice so I could protect my children. Because of what he was doing. Yeah. Same dude who beat me the night before in the biggest cancer masks. Trapped me in a car. It's a thing they do. They sort of keep you held hostage in vehicles. It's a known abuse. I didn't know it was till a year and a half. I didn't know how many other women had experienced the same thing. They held you hostage in the vehicles. I didn't know what I was experiencing was something so many others had. They try to kill you in them or by using them. trap you in and beat you in and it's, all these things. He's really good, especially the last couple of years. It's where I suffered some of the worst violence, wildly enough, that last year or two. But it kept him away from the kids and the violence, not in front of the kids as much. Kept him out. I knew damn near every time I got in the vehicle that motherfucker would be something. And at the end, even driving didn't keep me safe. Because even on worst days, when extreme cramps, leg stuff, I barely walk, much less drive. And I would make sure, be like, I want to drive, thinking that would keep me safe from the violence or from it turning violent. But in the end, even that didn't. It stopped working. And even driving didn't get me safe. Anyway, die if you're still in here. I need 5 minutes. I'll be right back, okay? Alright, so I am back. I'm here. I don't know what the hell's going on over here. I don't even know what to say about the comment by the Yvonne. Um, uh, yeah, I don't even know what to make of that. This right here, just for posterity's sake. Wow, the combination of things in that, eh? Considering events recently and whatnot, and yeah, nope, no, y'all keep that shit over in your circles. I'm not gonna participate in that fuckery. Um, goddamn hit all the bases, right? Wild Bill, strangulation, abuser, and God all in one message. Wonders never cease around here, do they? No, no. It's all innocent comments. Jody Sue just sits and she's so mean to chat. She deletes everybody. You can't even comment on it. No, what they mean is you can't be a fucking troll and people sing and being like, blah, blah. Jody see my time your ass out. You just don't get to say whatever the fuck you like to me, or well, you might get fucking rhymed out or boxed. Because I don't do the drama shit. You're just gonna sit here and do however you like, spew out whatever the fuck you like, and I have to read it, respond to it, because you feel entitled or somehow like I'm a thing instead of a human being, and that because I'm here, um, and you see me quite often, that somehow makes me a possession or an encyclopedia or an on-demand feature or an instantaneous whatever at your fucking disposal instead of a real-life fucking human being. And that because I'm here, it means you can do that. That's not how this works. See, it's just, anyway. Sorry it took me a minute. I was dealing with some other bullshit, oddly enough, just more, I don't know. Real life to real life YouTube. To either way, it's a bunch of fucking liars and shitsters and drama queens and setup artists and horse shits. Always the same shit, different day. Those in my life who are entirely just whatever. I never got that kind of shit like that. So anyway, um, set my back on track anyway. Um, trying to get there. Um, it goes back into just knowing that everything is hard to parse apart, and it's because of the level of interference in our real lives and everything really real around this situation by these assholes online and around the world. And it wouldn't be half so hard. Not, no, 99.9% of it. Be easier to see clearly into everything if it weren't for that. Long before you're thought to be ever known, hunted to a degree unexpected like this, tampered with, screwed with, inserted upon. who in the fuck expects anything like crimes these motherfuckers have pulled in their real lives? And I can't see that in any way it's helped Summer in the least. Do you think the blackmail shit by Shay and CZ and Jenny's and the Adrians and all that, did it help Summer? How about what they did to my kids, little especially Monster, any of that? And certain in my family's lives too. They help Summer in any way? Getting inside of C&D's home, inserting people, stalkers around all of us, boxing us, trying to access medical records for all of us. Look what they, like Enhance mentioned. Do you think any of what they just and are still doing to Allie and H. Rose, do you think that helped Summer in any way? Or her case? No. But by God, they hashtagged Summer's name in every one of the things they pumped out, didn't they? Every title they've done with Monster in it lately, didn't they? My name, Summer's name, Hunter's name, all that, didn't they? And it had very little to do with Summer, just like it always does. None of them sitting down with real handy, like real ones, doing anything tangible. You think that bullshit done by Brooks and Trevor, you think it helped Summer in any way? To get him closer to anything? Mm-mm. Nope. It didn't help Summer in the least. Did the opposite, actually. You know what it did do? It got him drama. It got him virtue signaling points. Made him look hard to dumbasses who buy that bullshit. You know what they wanted from that and what they were working for during that? To do exactly what the rest do that do them. The good cop, bad cop, the same routine we've all seen. This one's doing that, this and all the same techniques used in every goddamn place has ever been around here. You know what it's meant to do? Why they never want a full answer or explanation? Why they never want full anything? Why they only want clip shit? Why they only want. And if you know what manipulation is, you see what's happening. What Trevor and Brooks played in was exactly that. What they were hoping was tongue tying, twisting, trying to make me. I mean, seriously, just look at the moments where Brooks is saying, no, Hunter said this, Hunter said that. No, he didn't. None of that was true. She knows it. Also, they're trying to fuck up shit. They're trying to get responses to shit. To try to. It's not to trip me up or to make a story change. It's in order to be like, it's in order to be like, whatever, and this area, it's to fuck up shit and to fuck up those around and to get this drama shit for their channels and to do whatever and to proclaim. Did you see that to the dumbass and the gullibles and the whatevers out there? Like, oh God, yeah, we've seen that. It's just lies. It's just lies. That's what it's for. It ain't got a goddamn thing to do with something. It's for drama. And to destroy Summer's kids. It's to try to discredit witnesses and others around Summer. Which is a targeted thing. Like many other cases, these same fuckers have touched and played around it. This time, they've outright said it's being directed and done on purpose. Many have participated, agreed to do it. To all of us, but those closest to Summer, it Which probably enough you'd think would bring cuffs alone by this point, but it's not yet. I don't understand it myself. I often wonder a great deal many. One of those being, how in the hell? Anybody that's very, very near missing or murdered child or loved one or anything like that. I've never seen anything like this. I think in a great deal many other any other case in the world, if those closest to the situation that were still on the suspects list were fucking around to screen it known as publicly as this and this one, they'd already been goddamn cuffs for it. It's not normal behavior in the least. Um, and at first it's like, well, okay, maybe there's a reason to fuck with social media, but this is the point where it's these psychics fighting in a road and Bigfoot hunters and all that, right? And that's really all you kind of know of it. Other than people just talking average garbage on Facebook stuff, you think that's really it. Yeah, okay, whatever. But you still don't think it's a wise idea, but that's what people are doing and they think it's funny. Um, so whatever, but then later on you realize it went way further than that. You realize later on that you even have little speechwriters, fancier uppers, cleaners, those trying to help sling mud and jello to degrees that are setting up, looks like potentially for reward funds and shit. Actively talking about fraudulently running them for fraudulent purposes, even though it didn't make sense then, it doesn't make sense now. There was already a reward fund there. Why raise it up? Supposedly get started, and then, man, if I'd known now what I knew, and vice versa, and been able to, or if I'd actually made it a point to go listen to the others, but I couldn't and I didn't think it wise, and so I didn't. I might have known quite a bit sooner. But I didn't want to tamper in that realm. I didn't want to be contaminated by others in and around Summer. I didn't want to listen to, and I knew bullshit and mud, and just like Ellie and Fez, how in the hell do you tell mud and jello from truth and fact when you know damn good and well motherfuckers are outright saying they're fucking with everybody? What the fuck do you do with that? So what's the point in this? But then there comes a point where it's these tragedy counts. It's their words that sort of get everybody caught the fuck up because they're pretty proud of the tampering they've done in all these cases, including Summers. And they have to put half of it out because they have to look like they're supposedly doing something to dumbasses who think that that's wise or um, legal, or them actually being detectives or trying to figure out something for Summer or all these other cases, and it's not. It's the exact opposite. But I've tried to figure out how in the hell. Like at first, I thought, oh man, these people are shit, therefore they look like shit. I get why all this horse shit, maybe what they're doing a little bit, but then them having a fear, maybe being held responsible for something they are maybe not responsible for. I understand that. I can understand that fear, especially on certain fucking lines. I sure fucking can. Um, But then as the days and weeks and months grow, I watch the same people play games and hoaxes and shit and fuck with the real feds and agents in Summer's case to that degree. Like, whoa, what the fuck? And I watch experience. You're like, yeah, this definitely ain't right. This is not even close to right or normal. And then out here on these streets proclaim they come here for help, but then they lie to these people and these prayers too, and then I watch them then go and lie to real journalists and shit and say that the same people they're working with and in contact with are responsible for XYZ, and then talking about big bad tragedy and shit, but they're actually working with them in order to do these things. It's so monster, flip script, massacre and shit. It's insane, and I like, if you truly want help her, I can understand being pissed at this place you come for help and then all offers is all shit, but then why continue in the background to bring them into everything? Have them on your properties, have them this, have them that. If you know it's capable of, why have them doing all the things you're doing? Same team working around what looks to be several um, team of tragedy bounds, working to hold the masks firmly in place, cleanse the assholes of those who are getting in line, changing their shit to fit one another, and to keep each other safe somehow in some way. Even if it's just from the little minor shit that they're all up to together, uh, has nothing to do with Summer. It's how I see it. That includes Monster, Fred. And if you are there in person, you know how hard Fred was being targeted this year, and then Dudley and them trying to even fuck up Monster and set up Monster for shit. Monster didn't realize he was too stupid to get it. Hell, I told him in real time. I was like, the fuck? Even he was like, that motherfucker is certain they're guilty of him seeing, and then all of a sudden he's like, well, fuck you mean, well? I find it real fucking odd. Are all piled into an S now with the same creators. All of them. Hammonds is a guy that once Candace and Dawn proclaimed to know. That, according to them and others down there, was watching and trying to kidnap another little girl very closely associated with Summer and them, yeah, and such, and thought that rather weird. And then he went on to kidnap a little boy that resembles Summer quite a bit. And we were told very early on when they tried to insert him that wasn't possible. He's been checked out. This, there, blah blah. But this place, and like the Midwest, don't do its thing, whatever. But there you go. And then eventually C&D, unlike in the road in real time, then backed away and swore they didn't know him and this there. But in real time, in real life, in that real road, they told me that they did indeed know him, and he had been there before, and that he was and had been seen by another family down there with another little one that was very close to somewhere, trying to take them. Eventually, he goes up to an area where seeing at least C's known to buy dope and shit from, and proceeds to attempt to kidnap a blonde-headed, blue-eyed male child. I don't know, man. Make out what you will. But after all that horse shittery and crap in the road in real time, after all was said, Ellie Feds on her face is nothing. It didn't have shit to do with Shinola work concerned Summer in her case, and I'll take them at their word on it. Just like other shit and false suspects put in here by those like Squall and others. But this place still carries on. I don't know. Only Ellie and Feds will know. No, now this and there. I don't know. It's up to them, man. They hold the things from everybody, and they know the things, and it's got to be much simpler than imagined or built by this place and tragedy pimped up. The only thing complicated about it is what's been done from day one. Second one, even before the first calls that night, is the Amber Alerts and all these other things were released. It's much simpler. This is the only thing it's been. But then again, within 2 or 3 days, I don't know, I gotta tell you, when I'm looked at my face and that's the wildest shit on earth. I was like, whip. So that tells me even before this place was extreme, that the others were already making it that extreme with what was being pushed. You know, you only have to throw out so much content. It ain't about keeping up with lies or telling truth or any of that shit. It ain't about any of that, like, it's not being intelligent enough to get away with shit either. It's about out chaos, not about outsmarting, and I think that was possibly and potentially happening. Well, instantly. It's a question of chicken or the fucking egg, though, isn't it always? And which things circle which things, and what's just lined up with, but are entirely separate things. But look like they interweave because in some ways they might, but they have nothing to do with how or why some are managed. It's separating all those things and figuring out chicken or the egg. Either way, the shit ain't normal. I'll tell you that. Ain't a damn bit of it normal. Now I don't get it. Here's the thing. What I do not get is whether guilt or innocence blind. It's so egregious that you'd think it'd be arrestable and up on its own, right? I mean, it is, actually. But it's parsing it apart. It's going, alright. Why are those closest to? If they if they're actually trying to, say, come to social media, whatever, right? To help find, to help do, to help solve, to help anything like that, then why do you come out here from the get and lie to the world and creators? Why do you do that? Simon says you wouldn't. Then why do you use this realm and those around it to play games? To help hunt, terrorize those in and around? Why do you feed off information to your neighbor about your neighbors, community members, and other witnesses? Some of which are only known to all of us, and that we can see being hunted and trying to be tampered with too, but are smart enough not to be. See, that's the thing, right? You wouldn't do that unless you wanted certain things. You want to know what those, especially on the 15th, know about the events of the 15th, so you can leave, so you can learn what they know or remember or hold from, or what statements they gave, to where you can weave, or where you can tamper with them, get them to do all the things, right? Or to be able to get something on or near them to try to discredit them, or to blackmail them, or to insert and help the tragedy pimps insert in their life, to destroy it, to terrify them, to shut them up, to try to find some way to screw with them. You don't sit in goddamn YouTubers if you know that YouTubers, and you're proclaiming on legit media that YouTubers are the worst thing ever happened and they just destroy lives and so blah blah, and sick them on all those around. Now it'd be different if you thought people were just out here talking shit about you or doing whatever, they didn't count, they didn't apply this and blah 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 blah. But you see, the thing is, I know that others who absolutely do fucking apply and are absolutely fucking witnesses. They're being fucked with too. And they do have the absolute credibility to ride the stands, do whatever. Now, without a jury or a defense attorney ever being able to question your reputations or anything else, I know this to be true. Now, if you're innocent, you want these people all left alone. You wouldn't be feeding out their info to tragedy events. You wouldn't be feeding out shit to get them targeted by those or people near them falsely, implanting people around, I don't know, all the churches, or mowing yards, or doing weird shit, right? Or just happening to stalk them till they, quote, happen to come up on them in grocery stores or other places and just start ranting, like, to try to get any little thing. It's just real fucking weird. Um, if you're afraid because you look so guilty, you'd want all those fucking people left alone because you'd know that they'd hold the pieces to, be like, to show that, yeah, you were indeed innocent. And it's, yeah, right. You'd want them left alone and untampered with. Am I wrong here? And how do you explain? You can say, oh, well, people are targeting you because you're out in the open. This and everything was, we were already being used before we even knew we were. And, well, if it wasn't me that asked for Squall to be on Facebook and shit like that, now was it? Yeah, that's right, honey. So anyway, and then that being used as blackmail and shit like that, yeah, it wasn't me, man. It was real helpful, I guess, though. To some. wasn't me on vid chats playing stupid games with those like Amy Tate, Squall, and others, and Del Terry's all in the background. Sure wasn't. And having all these same people go out. Sanchez's, the Tates, the Squalls, the whatever's, and doing all this shit. And then all these leading down through all this, targeting even witnesses and stuff that are not public and are untouchable, basically. And man, even if you thought one of us was there, you're like, fine. Fine, you want to say, okay, well, I'm just using these people to shut other people up that are lying or just there, blah, blah, you're talking shit. Sure, whatever. Okay. But you can't explain away the fact this same shit's being done to others who I know to absolutely be witness that aren't public released and refuse to be, but are still being hunted, fucked with, information given up there. You can't explain them. Whether guilt or innocent applied. It's not normal. And you can't explain the targeting and tampering of and information fed out to people in order to do that of those who are out here doing nothing to anyone because they're not known or public. The hunting of them, explain it. You can't. Other than to say, well, there's something real fucking wrong here. Real fucking wrong. You either want to know what they have, what they remember, what they this, what they that. You want to get something on them. You want to do whatever, target, tamper, destroy their lives to insert people around them to blackmail them just like they have tried to do, or destroy their lives just like the ones inserted around us. Many directly linked back to have done to the rest of us and our families. And a portion of that is these tragedy pimps doing it on their own, of course, and these fucking Fruit Loop Karens around the world who think they don't fuck with cats and all this other shit. A goddamn great deal of it has been done by those closest to, and probably, I mean, at least by stats, probably most likely to be guilty of. And the weird part is that at first I had a great deal of doubt, some at least, about guilt or innocence of parties. I refused to come out here and talk shit about anybody or be like, yeah, this thing or whatever, right? And I still do. I don't come out here and just talk shit to be talking shit or anything, but so you tell me what the targeting of. And it really only begins outright in the language. It looks like it's changing in the outright talking shit about me when I start getting, oh, I don't know, I start becoming aware here fairly quickly that information about us has been fed out in the background by motherfuckers from day one in our personal lives and Mind Monster shit and all sort of crap. And then eventually, I mean, I've become somewhat aware that we even have, I mean, I knew before I even lived in real time, it's like I and Ellie and detectives talked about in there. Shit was being parroted and picked up and mimicked and all sort of crap. Turns out that's by fancy speechwriters as well, including uh, Prayer Garden over there, who helped them cover up, she says. But the thing is, the language, all the things that start turning out in the open. When I start being like, what the fuck? Because I'm made aware of certain things. Because unlike the Freds and the others and everybody else and the C&Ds and everybody who apparently had their noses ass deep in YouTube and otherwise, watching everything each other were doing. I was not, and I made an extreme effort to stay the fuck away from most things and not to listen to it. So I didn't, and I didn't go digging for it. I just wouldn't. Um, in ways I wish I had. Glad I still didn't, but I wish, I don't know. How do you walk that line? But as I start becoming aware and other people notice I'm becoming aware, then the language really changes. Out in the open anyway. It's because before it's hidden by the creators like the Gonzos or whoever the fucks and whatever were visiting this area before it was all played out in the open, you know, that, oh, when visits and things or calls are happening, we're already being talked shit about, but in front of the world. And what they thought we would see was just, oh, you were not doing anything to them, but actually behind the scenes, yeah. Yeah. It was happening, and yeah, they were responsible for the hoaxes and the bullshit stuff I know to be wrong. So, all this, even like, I just, and so the more people realized that I was discovering shit, then shit, and then I was like, wait, what the fuck? I know that not to be true. What the fuck are you talking like? Huh? And then I'm like, oh hell no, this ain't right. And then I realized that, especially coming to the realization that there were hands on that marathon that those closest to were playing stupid of, that really hit sideways. I was like, what the fuck? And then hearing Cher's call turned on her. And she's wanting to raise more. Well, we can just tell the public it's for election, but it'll actually be for other reasons. Well, that's a fraudulent thing, you know. It didn't make sense. And then here's all this shit around it, and J4 involved, and Salted Earth involved, and a team back there somewhere, and all this other shit. And I'm like, what the flying fuck? Yeah, just you put things together eventually. Listening to Bobo on a weekend, 2 weeks, I don't know. Wasn't long. Whenever the people, the one guy hears something offered the first one. Boa making him aware of it, and the change in tone and immediate excitement, all those other things that played out. I didn't know about either until I did. Far too late, but it's like wow, you know, and that in a way, as time has progressed, if it wasn't for time, you wouldn't be able to see those pieces or line them up, put them back. I don't like any of it. It all reeks to heaven. It always has and always will. And I hope. You know what? No, I'm not gonna hope about it. I'm telling you, I will have my ass outside of a goddamn courthouse and anywhere else with a goddamn bullhorn, pulling shit that makes bullhorn look like a little bitch. Let's be real, she really fucking is. But I'm seriously gonna raise absolute fucking hell if they don't shut that fucking shit down. Like, no media, nobody in the courtrooms, something done to protect witnesses going in and out, their families, whatever, I don't know, to keep these motherfuckers and these tragedy pimps out of the actual court case, and their little sources inside the courthouses, much like DCS hospital settings, and the place initially where the boys were, and other shit. They have people embedded in all this shit, and it's goddamn garbage. And it need not apply. I'm gonna raise fucking hell. Whatever court case, whatever. I'm telling you, I have faith in the feds. So when Summer's found and someone held accountable, I know it's not going to please anyone in the world to hear me say this, but I hope the damn court proceedings are so quiet until it's over with and kept to the very minimum of people in and around and inside that fucking court, and on a need to know basis that it makes a secretly held grand jury pool look like child's play. They can let the public and everybody else know after it's done and somebody's in a death chamber or sentenced to life. I'm just so fed up. And seeing how far they're going in the other ones. Delphi, Karen Reed, same crew, same people connect. They do the same shit. Lysick, Clinton Simon, Idaho 4. Look what the fuck they're doing with them. Same crew too. It's like, look what fucking Piper tried to do to Anon. Another, I heard a scream neighbor while in it, like, but it's male, so Piper, how she latches onto that shit. Same goddamn crew, time after time. Eventually, someone toss up to the bigger ones. It's really what these are supposed to be doing. They're the procurers, they're the ones that, it's like all of us. They're really where price is traded for all of us. They really were. Acquisitions and sales, man. We were acquired and we were given over to bigger tragedy pimps, right? That's why you see the sisters, everybody from Dawn's sisters, upward in this, and every witness and neighbor and everybody else take a latch onto. We were procured by certain ones. We were manipulated by others, drawn in, done this there, blah blah, targeted our families there. Like there's just manipulation set that happens first, and there's also stuff and all these things. They find ways in, right? Nefarious ass shit. Shit you wouldn't even believe, and then God help you if you have any vulnerabilities and stuff that they can use to draw you in. It'll our children. That's right. So then, and then you're sold off, but they bring you and they acquire you, and then manipulate you. You just, man, the tactics here are insidious as fuck, and nobody believes them unless they've experienced them and held proof of it, much like we do, years of it now. Um, but you're acquired for larger tragedy events, just as I was intended to go to other places. I just refused. I balked at it. You know where I was supposed to actually go? It's like once Penny and all them had me. Then it was an immediate, oh, go over to Q's. Well, I just don't like going on panels. I don't like being up there by myself. But shit, really, Penny? Come on. And then it was supposed to be Q's and it's supposed to be this year, but then I was supposed to be leveled up, right? Nah, bitch didn't need placeholders. Wranglers like Scott H and Q, and then I was supposed to be given over to. But because of my behavior in the background, discards and not giving everything and being a little too much of a weight, but we're manipulating the shit out of her. We've stopped for weeks. There's always fake cops or fake. What else do we have to do to get this bitch? We've semi-kidnapped her even and taken her away from whatever support system she may have. Put her and the kids in a motel and all this other shit. Like, God, she's still not giving us everything, and now she's questioning us. What the fuck? Oh, let's put a Chris M in Discord. Let's do this. Let's do that. Oh, let's offer an artist. Let's offer polygraphs and blah blah. None of it's fruition. I knew better. Fake names of fuck. Well, not fake names. Cops I knew and know in real life. Their names given to me to do shit that I know that they no part of. Their names given to me is the ones working with Chase. I knew damn good well they weren't. Stupid shit like that. You know, alarm, alarm, red flag, red flag, red flag. Why is this dumbass hillbilly bitch from Ben Hill and it's running from a real abuser and all this? Why she just, we've hit every vulnerability, we've tampered with it, we've manipulated and psyched her up, and we've had all these people go around to make her feel like a heightened sense of what she's already gone through, PTSD and the cancer. Why is she not vulnerable enough yet? Why is she not saying all the things and giving it to Penny or the fake Chris M accounts or the this or the that or the snaps or the chases or the Gemini hippies or the beanie keys or the share? God damn it, Jody Sue. You know why? Because Jody Sue sees monsters for what they are. People trying to fuck with her. I hate to talk about myself in third person and all like that, but you know what I mean. And holy shit, she broke down her scam. She did this. She's fucking with our money. Oh my god, she's calling us out within days. We've acquired the wrong bitch from 125. Oh my god. Now what do we do? Oh wait, we just destroyed our world and we promised to break her down as an absolute human being. We try to force her to commit suicide. We enact and try to do false 5150s. We follow blackmail letters to tease. We torment her family to the point of heart attacks. We give her a heart attack. We just absolutely annihilate her. We tamper with her children. We acquire her monster to use against her. We do this, we do that, we do whatever it takes to destroy her world, to even kill her, to help try to get her murdered, along with her monster and Stall and everybody else playing that shit show. So, and oh my god, she's speaking about tragedy pimps, their crimes, and what they do in real life to real people around real active and ongoing cases, and she keeps fucking up her money and all this. Oh my god, what do we do? And she's fucking it up on all levels. I don't know. Try to destroy an entire human being. Children. At all costs, because our lives to them aren't worth shit. Never were. They're not real humans. In order to stay free and to do what they're doing and to not be known or held accountable in any way ever, it behooves them to try to destroy us and profit off of it for years right out in the goddamn open. It's a hell of a play, and a hell of a lot of people buy it. think they're somehow solving Summer's case this way. I don't know how people buy it, but they do. Hashtag Summer Mills. Either way, I wonder a great deal many things. If you're innocent, why do you then play with those tragedy pimps to that degree? Why do you have to worry about them licking your assholes, putting leashes and collars on you, leading you, speaking for you, and then proclaiming that they're the big bad guys when it's real journalists you're facing? Why do the people circling you have to write for you? And then you repeat that shit to the real journalists face to face with. Why do you tell them the opposite? Why do you give them shit written by tragedy pimps and people being used to harm others? In and around everything. It's not normal, man. Used to mind games. Tragedy pimps. Monsters. Yeah, Patricia, that's not enough. Monster tried for whole lives together to get me to believe shit that wasn't real or true. And it was very extreme at last. Billy, I mean, like, and I mentioned it often at last because it was the wildest shit I've seen. I'd be dead silent. That motherfucker would turn to me and be like, "You just said XYZ," and I'm like, "Oh, the fuck I did." Which is part mental illness, extreme shit, probably drug use, definitely drug use, and other things in play. His own psyche, pushing and pulling a stall, other things in play. Probably others he was terrified of and had been for, I don't know, a little over a year. They made sure to make contact with him. Terrified the fuck out of him. Guarantee that. Um, I know it did. But anyway, point is, every step of the way with that one was mindfuck. Always trying to get you, no, sky's not blue, it's green. No, what you just seen on my phone was not. No, that number is not. No, blah, blah, blah. I didn't say that. No, I didn't do that. No, what fucking whole life of it, man. That's what they do. No, I was never half that weak minded. I mean, they try, and a lot of survivors and victims do indeed end up thinking that, I mean, some of these really do have their victims and fighters thinking that they're responsible for their deaths or they're the reason for the abuses or they're whatever, and they do the crazy making all this shit. And unfortunately, a lot aren't able to get to their victims and survivors and fighters that way. And mine was never able to do that. And I did not doubt my sanity or anything else in the least. All they could really do was try to play that game with everybody else around us. Because it never could break me in at me. Because I was always like, the fuck? And it's very much the reason that I always kept receipts the way in which you see me holding them. So I can be like, motherfucker, you stupid? Because I ain't stupid. and no, this really happened, and no, this, and it was a way to keep recordings and to keep pebbles, and so body bags ever happened, people would know, Always helpful to break down either shit with or to show to the whores and everybody else that, nah, your bro's lying to you, buddy, but you carry on. And, yeah, but the only way it ever accomplished that was by those around us and those around it, but it never could break me mentally, and I never would break. And that is really what. If I had, the thing is, though, if it had been able to break me, I would have been of no more use to it anyway, right? Somehow it simultaneously wanted me broken, but also if I had broken, I would have been of no further use. Um, I know that to be true. Um, but it would stay perpetually pissed that I would not break. Yeah, it goes back into being told things like, I don't hit you every day, I don't cheat every day, so why are you like, why can't you let it go? I was like, bitch, are you serious? What the fuck? Okay, mister, I just got up and screamed, yell at you, and beat you this morning. Yeah, by noon, I should be in a good mood. Dinner, okay, sure. Alright. I should forget it's been a week. The bruises are yellow now. Fuck, let me tell you, bro. Uh, I'll tell you. Uh, but it's like that. I heard it say somewhere. Speaking on me again, despite paperwork. Oh, I think that was at Failed American Horrors channel when they were doing it on purpose, like she announced to fuck with me. That that was something. That's probably the dumbest shit I ever seen announced. But anyway, it was. Thing is, there are these questions. Was she changed? Is she different than when you first met? Monster's like, oh yeah, a lot different. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know what happened to her. A, I was 11. 11, motherfucker. B, like, that's how they think, right? I was just like, oh shit. Changed. I don't know why this person I beat on, and I beat on our children, and I sexually assaulted, and they watched me beat our animals and use, their pets as ways to harm and control them and terrorize them with, and the children, and only say, like, and I did all these terrible goddamn things to, and left alone, and I don't know how this person changed from the person I once knew. Huh? But they can't think. They're perpetually stuck in Big Panville. See, the abuse and what they did, it had no effect on them. Didn't matter to them. They don't hold the scars of it. Literally. They ain't the ones that had surgeries. Laid up for weeks or months with damages done. They ain't the ones that any of this was done to. They could sleep in real time as I bled out. Literally. Think anything's any different now? No, they're mad now, and have always been mad. Just like in person when they have to see what they've done. If they left bruises and all this shit, that would enrage the fuck out of them. Wouldn't keep them from sleeping, but it would enrage them when they had to look at it. It would enrage them when held accountable. People wouldn't just let it go. When people kept holding them accountable, asking for change, begging for it, trying to survive it. When I'd pull its mask off, when others would find out what it was. The times it got outed to the other horrors and shit. I'm not even joking when I tell you that the son of a bitch, when I looked at me, when he got outed to one of the other horrors, her and I were talking, and I showed him, I was like, sit right there. And I got her on speakerphone, because he got busted colder than shit. Another one around work, right? And buddies and whatever. Thing is, got busted colder than shit. In this time, though, I had been gone for well over a year. Had a place on Eldested, this and the other, and he'd come back there all day. Please come back, please. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, he'd stayed here with my family, acting fuck shit, separated me from them. Hold on, he was the reason I was going anyway. His lies and abuses and lying to those closest to me to separate us. I nailed us for out, and I was like, fuck this shit. Comes back, marry me, a promise of change, blah, blah. Begging still, right? Stay on it. And I was a dumbass, let him back in. And then within a couple weeks, he got busted colder than shit. And the entire time he'd been, even while he's begging me to marry him, do this, blah, blah, come back. He was doing this shit around her. Same shit at work, too, same playbook. Oh, I'm not on lunch. It's been a busy day. It's just the other. La 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 la. No, I didn't get lunch today. I didn't, whatever. And unfortunately for him, others worked there around it. And we're like, hey, you just come out of the building. All these other things happen. He got fucking caught up. Weird phone shit. All these things. Same playbook. Same way every time. Anyway, he got busted colder and shit. Her and I were talking. I was like, Sarah, they're quiet. This bitch, he was using him, manipulating shit out of him, laughing, I didn't realize he was around. He told her the same story he's told to all the rest. All of you, all the world, coworkers, anybody the motherfucker's ever been around. Tough shit. And, then he took off, and it was also bullshit, and then you have to chase him. He does wrong, but he leaves you in a situation where once again you have to chase him because he's left you in such a bind, and you have to make him pay his feelings, you have to do all things, and then he makes that look away to people around him. It's all fucking set up, man. It's what they do. But anyway, after he heard the girl doing all that, and they all did the same thing, it's just, and he realized he was busted and whatever. Um, but in there, I really heard you're gonna fuck up. Now, this is a dude just a few days before was like, please get back with me. Please marry me. Please, I can't take this anymore. It's been in your blood, blah, blah, blah. And I'm living with your family and all these other things. And I'm blah, blah, blah. And whatever, all these things. Then took off because I had fucked shit up for him where it concerned him cheating. Make that make sense. And then made me have to chase after him. It's the dumbest shit, man. But it's how they train you. He did then enacted the same shit around Stall too to make it look like I was doing something wrong, though I wasn't. Strange, man. Man, which is monsters. And all of it wasn't the way it looked and appeared either. Whole proof of it. Good luck with that. I have messages of him admitting to cheating and doing all these things. Put him out any time. But what was the story of the world on lives? It was, oh no, it only ever been with two. You know, it was the same story I found out too, but same story he's fed Stall. Same one he's fed all the other women. Prostitutes, all the other whatever. I don't know if you even give that story after prostitutes, but I know the random women he didn't even know and all these others he was messaging, all same song and dance. Same shit. Only been with two, only been no bitch you ain't. It's a lie. But do you think Stall's gonna listen? Do you think the world's gonna listen? Even with the messages, even in scrolling format, even with him saying it to my face on video and audio through years. They'll believe what they want to believe. You think even if I put out all the shit, yeah, photos, pictures, audio, videos, all the receipts that go with all the things over all the years. Margaret, miss me with that bullshit. I don't know who the fuck you think you're talking to. I know who you assume, or you're eating, or drinking, or you're trolling. I don't care. Don't come over here with that bullshit. See your way out of the fucking room. I don't give a shit how stupid you are or where you're fucking trolling from. I don't give a flying fuck. I'm telling you that if I knew for certain what happened to Summer on June 15th or since, we wouldn't be where we are now. I don't give a shit what you all think about me personally or where you think I fit or your tribalism, your team sports, your narratives, your fucking Kool-Aid drinking, your horseshit around me or anybody else around Summer's case. If I knew for a fact what happened to Summer on June 15th, I wouldn't be sitting here still trying to run my own puzzles and fires and figuring it out and trying to help in the background otherwise and doing what I'm doing that you, the public, and everybody else aren't even fucking aware of, nor do you know, and you probably won't know until it's all fucking said and done. So fuck all of you all. I'm sick of fucking hearing it. Sick of people just coming over here and everywhere else and screaming at all of us. Where's Summer? You know something, say something. And what I know, what the others know, what pieces we get, what keys drop, what we can do, what we're. There are a great deal many of us around Summer who only think something is absolutely tangible and untouched by tragedy pimps and fuckery and bullshit and is real and legit and not fuckery or tampered with and can be used no matter what in a court setting. When we get those things, we turn them into law enforcement vets to help Summer and to try to do what the fuck's right. Now I know about y'all, but that's not something people who don't give three flying fucks about Summer would do. Sick of the bullshit. Go scream it somewhere else. You know, I'm just. And speaking of, back on that note, let's revisit. Okay. Um, Trevor's little mask phone. What games he was involved in yesterday or day before, whatever the fuck that was now. I've shown the receipts here, and I know Trevor ain't paid no attention to them. He don't give a fuck about any of that. Where I was actively looking because I felt something was wrong. Because I actually lived there, privy to things y'all aren't, even still, and may never be. Just not some just douchebag out passing flyers. Anyway, I've shown the receipts here. And the tabs, which I still have open from back then. And I showed them not that long ago as well. Where I was looking for absolute concrete proof and a way to prove what my gut was screaming at me in order to report it. Because see, that's how reporting works. I mean, you can call everybody all you want all day and night. All it does is bring people in and out, waste people's time. Shit gets open and closed, especially when you're dealing with people that are used to coming out and open and closing because it's tit for tat and dope friends with the other, and there's always DCS or police or anything else swirling and trouble and whatever, and they open and close, they open and close. You know they're not going to do shit without tangible anything. People still have rights, believe it or not. It's like I was explained to by, believe it or not, Trevor, one of Summer and the boys' actual DCS. That was brought out here to sign entirely off something. The feds were like, fuck this, it's hoax shit, whatever, but they had to be like. And so they called him off, dead to clear anyway. Just talking to him. And they're like, man, Lee tried to do something wrong, but what people in the world don't realize, and these are their words, is that people still have fucking rights. The children have rights. They just can't go in and start snatching up children based on some anonymous ass call or otherwise. They can't do that. And they are allowed to be denied entry. They're allowed to be told the fuck off. Children are allowed representation. Parents are. This there, blah, blah. There's processes to it. There's processes. And I don't know what the fuck half y'all out here in this world think. Don't make an anonymous call and, it's going to do something. You're also dealing with people that have trained their children to be and to not say and to not do and to hide. It makes it even harder if people show up and nobody says boo, doesn't it? Everybody's on the same page. See how it works? No, you don't. Because you're cul-de-sac Karens and you're douche nostrils who are just the types to go hand out flyers and change you give a fuck and virtue signal on people around you and in your community that go missing or get murdered. While you play games with real survivors and fighters based on how vulnerable they are while their monsters run free. While supposedly being a champion of. Yeah, fucking missed me at that shit. That mask fall was great. Right, but you see, I still literally, because I'm like the tab queen of the universe. I couldn't look back at the phone then because I've left the tabs there where I was looking, digging, trying to find something that connects something was. to where I could help and have the tangible shit needed. You think Trevor's put his fucking face in that? No. He wants to acknowledge it? No. I've shown the messages where even I and Monster are talking about, look, here's what I found. I can't find this there. Hell, I knew eons before you all ever did as the public, and before Summer even vanished, that there was these addresses supposedly downtown also shit for Dawn. I've shown the receipts and the dates on those. And that's even right up until a few days before Summer vanished. See, I was looking for shit to be able to get something tangible done. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been looking now, would I? So it shows telling the truth. I was looking to help to find the tangible thing to actually make it so nobody could open and close anymore. Because I knew enough to know that shit was not okay. But you can't just be like, hey, I think something's not okay. You can't do that. And I knew there was already calls in, and there had been, so it's like you've got to be able to help in some way. Matter of fact, as a matter of. Well, man, I don't know what to tell you. I don't really care. You look like a random person out here under a hidden name and icon. I don't know what to. It's too bad we don't know what you look like. Anyway, May 20th, 2021. Trevor Brooks. Yeah, pieces of shit. See that? It's not a monster. Monster knew I'd been digging. He also maintained something was wrong, but he knew I'd been digging since fucking before Utah. Something was really wrong. Something become extraordinarily wrong. Like, and enhanced that at a certain level and got it kicking again. And I was like, man, something is just not right. Especially in the days leading up to revenge. My gut was screaming. So I was full tilt digging. Trying to find a tangible thing. There's your fucking receipts. Oh, and they're in real time, not spoofed or anything, see. Alright. There you fucking receipts, you dumbasses. I've shown them before, but much like everything somewhere else, you don't do your fucking homework. Doesn't fit your narrative either. Monsters like, what's the address in town, blah, blah. He wanted to know. Cursory message when he was banging stall. You okay? No, he means, are you near the house in Wi-Fi? Can make sure. Anyway. Yeah, because that's what it takes to actually get something done. It's tangible shit. Not just random ass calls in from cul de Karens in this center, especially when so many being called in. It takes something. Otherwise, what you create by doing the 14,000 calls is an environment in which um, those who work in and around services like that have to doubt everything they do around any family and children because they know that services are inundated, overused, tragedy pimped, used as weapons between people, and they don't want to be responsible for wrongly taking children or separating families that don't need to. Because get this, that way it exists. It exists because of assholes around the country using those services as weapons and tit for tat, and assholes around the world doing tragedy pimp bidding and interjecting and screaming at these people and bullshit calls based on nothing more than garbage they're fed. And in that way they have to walk on eggshells. Can't really do their jobs effectively, and while they're out on bullshit calls and tit for tats and targeting and thousands of people wrongly calling them based on some asshole online's whatever about something, real children who really need their services and need to be removed from places and families need their help aren't getting it. And then that's how women and children die in the darkness. Dear Trevor and Brooks, you dumbass motherfuckers. And I swear to God, neither one must have ever made a call in their lives. Because you know what they said to me on that? fucking tragedy pimp manipulation ass abusive motherfucking piece. Well, I hope you've got the fucking report numbers and all this thing and other to back that the fuck up. Some shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck? What? How did you say to me? I'm like, have you ever called any services? Ever? Yeah, they don't send out a cop to take a report, bro. And, I don't know about you, but also if you contact police, they don't really do any more than keep call logs of calls unless it's something crazy, in which case they're going to do something better right there, right? You know? Mm. It's stupid. And, it also hit me. It was like, oh, these dumb motherfuckers mean, like, basic bitch shit. And I almost laughed. But in order not to give them really anything, I did not say that out verbally, but, or laugh. Because I got the receipts. Where I said a great deal of things to many over quite a few years. Reported. And can indeed prove it with far more and far better than any fucking report number. Hell, you know, Hawkins came from where I fucking called them, where we called them, over the peeping Tom. No shit. And they say it's sold, maybe, and they may have found it by this point because they were looking for it. I know journalists for shit like that, but, and I was like, well, if I go request it, do you think they'll give it to me? And, the journalists here, the real ones, were like, they might. At that point, though, pretty terrified to cross lines to do that. Can't imagine why people might be around Summer's case. But, and I do have receipts that was actually reported. Cops are really there. Real shit. It would give exact dates for, at least the one, because that was, the night Monster almost caught him. Not the night I almost caught him. Like, and that by catch, I mean, like, physically being able to pull them down and beat their fucking asses. So that close to these people. Uh, but there were many nights over years they were present and doing the same thing, but those are the two major points of it. But in there, you either take care of yourself till cops get there, and you keep somebody till cops get there, which can take a minute, or and then straight away. You know, the one night I had to stop, I had them dead right, and would have absolutely beat the fucking brakes off a motherfucker until they had to, visit a hospital status and been picked up by police. But I was like, oh shit, well, Monster's gone to the boat banging fucking old bitches, and I've left the children alone in the house. Holy shit, if something happens to me. And at that point I was very sick, the meds were in play that Monster was using to mind fuck and fuck with me at that time to where you get by with cheating and doing all the shit, no matter that it was destroying me and killing me, and I was allergic to those meds that he was making me take on purpose. I was like, oh shit, you gotta stop. You gotta turn around right now. Kids are there. They're alone. What happens if? And it stopped. And as you can see from some of our receipts I posted on the community page earlier, years of weird, funky shit. Years of it. But definitely a peeping Tom, and definitely at one point working with one other person. In a truck that went towards the Sullivan County side when they ran. Also correlates with those potentially in that same vehicle being in the same places, doing fuck shit in the middle of the night on the backsides of hills where other vanishing men were coming and going from at certain times that correlate with certain times the kids were getting on and off buses, where others who were cataloging even mine and monsters movements, household movements, work schedules, all this, were there right in that same. I don't know who you're referring to, Bam Bam, unless it's Dumbass's thing that already aired. But I'm sure you're here to advertise for somebody. Am I missing a comment? Nope. I'm sure you're here to advertise for somebody. Um, well, I'm glad that's in 1 minute. Oh my god. Holy shit, y'all. Everybody in chat in my room, did you hear that? Run over there. And I don't know what he's explaining. Why would I be there? Obviously, I'm here and it's 1 minute until. So, what's your purpose in being here? And I see the title. I cannot make sense of that. Summer Wells will be in our hearts. I did my best. What the fuck? Is he giving up? I don't know. Do I care? Not really. What am I supposed to be drawn over to see tonight? Who's the panel visitor? What am I supposed to be triggered by? Who's going to be in the chats? Am I meant to go over to get a few more people to build up channels? What's the deal? He's being shut down. Oh god. If that's the case, then I don't know, it'll be the 400th time around here, and it'll be alright, Bam Bam, because that one, much like BK, it's just channel after channel. We know this. And how many times we've seen this, well, somebody's struck me, somebody's done this, all this other stuff. My shit's going down. Look, if it was really down, it'd be down, down. Channel would be entirely down. You wouldn't even have a last goodbye. And in a week, it'll usually be, oh, well, we fought the strikes, and y'all remember Carl doing that fuck shit too, around the bullshit false fucking doxing of certain folks around that drawing? Y'all remember that? We've all seen this shit before. It's a good way, though, to get massive amounts watching something. Right. draw them in for one thing, but then pull another in there. Usually on people they want to see or be around to be triggered by or fucked with by something. So I think I'm going to avoid that one. I'm sure I'll hear about it later. I'll make sure to record it. Get to it at my convenience. But I ain't gonna be pulled nowhere else to be fucked with tonight. I'm gonna pass. Like I said, the days of manipulation and shit. I ain't no quick hurry to be fucked with. I'll stick over here with whatever 0 to 2 remain, watching and recording from the bushes, cataloging, database me, whatever it is, before I'll go playing fuck face still tonight. Anybody got time for that shit? I'm not gonna put myself through it, dude. Tell them to find new goddamn entertainment. I ain't it. And if I catch that one playing it again, which I mean it's pretty obvious from the whole Ziggy and idiot from the other day. I mean, do I look stupid at this point? Entirely naive. I don't get it. Nor do I give a flying fuck. I'm not. Um, I've been going through this shit since like Lady fucking R, man. You gotta come watch Down Under Crime Time. Oh my god! When I knew for weeks, like days actually, this place building up. All of them were too silent. They gave the too many. I was like, I was like, you know, this shit's set up. There's something weird, but I wasn't wrong then either. And then, oh, you know, Lydia R. Jones, baby, I'm your champion. I'm screaming at people on a panel. Come watch, I want. And then that's how you really know Lady R's part of it. But then the others, fuck all Lady R, fuck shit sign. Anything though, it behooves me to watch it for a while longer, and it's bullshit. Pretend turncoat shit, right? But if I called it out and be like, why are you doing this? This poor woman who was just your bestie online and trying, you know, just champions you and give me a break. And they use that because it works on you all to manipulate you all. But what's really happening is they're trying to fuck with us, manipulate shit of us, and then when it doesn't work, or we call it out, it looks like to you all that we're just being hickin' fucking mean to these people who had. It's no different than like the Mama Bear shit and all that crap that went on. You really buy that story? Hell no, that shit was done on purpose. And then they're there flipping script and they're the victim, and people are being big bad heckin' mean to them. It wasn't what it looked like this year. I mean, not only do they try that shit on us when it don't work, when we call it out, or we do anything, or we fight back, it's already made to look a certain way to you all. And it keeps a great deal many they do that too. Even amongst you all's chatter subs buddies who become tribes, when they do that to you in the background, these discords, the drama shit, whatever all y'all are involved in, they can show messages being like, but look, we were friends, and look, I did this for him, stuff. Oh my god, and I've been, you know, their buddy in all these chats for blah blah blah, and it keeps even you all sawing amongst each other. It's a fucking game, dude. Me, I'll keep calling down. I keep looking like a bad guy. We don't do the lady autopsy. Speaking of pointing shit out, yeah, I think we went over the signposts left in the driveway for databasing purposes. Now, since that stopped, because I made note of it here live and in real time, and then it immediately ceased. I mean, instantly, right? There's been like this whole, like, a different way, especially those around that do the databasing, the collection of whatever else bullshit. They have this habit of, when they think there's something important in a lot of them doing, it's not just the same shit different day, or I've given something important, whatever, they make sure to note it by, and wait, like, they'll message me, they'll do something, that way they can confirm dates versus database. They can also have ways of looking up which lives and what dates and all this and the other, because they'll do certain where it's the wildest shit, bro. But it's the way in which they catalog themselves and have two or three different ways of reaching certain dates, times, and lives, which ones are being done and when. Having easy to look up code words, blah blah, or they will message at certain times throughout the lives when important shit's said. That way they can go back in their messengers and see times and then correlate it with whatever is recorded. That way they can send others directly to those points or themselves. It's some of the wildest shit. I'll tell you what. Some of the wildest shit you'll ever see around here. Gets old as fuck, bro, I gotta tell you. The level of stupid wannabe masterminds are in here, and the egos on the sons of bitches. You think any of it's done to help Summer? No, not in the least. Not in the goddamn least. It's the tragedy, Pinball. What's always been wild to me is when they do this much, like with the roadway signs left in the southern driveway, right? Markers. I always wondered each time one of those would be dropped. And I'd go back and I'd make sure what it said is or I'd think in real time, really? That's what the fuck in the past 2 minutes I thought was? Seriously? Okay. It's wild knowing that half of that shit they collected or put markers in for to go back to, I know aren't shit around shit. But they thought was super duper fucking important. And it ain't because of what else they hold in these places and all that they must be able to link things together. It's because they're fucking stupid. And because they just are. They are not feds, law enforcement. They don't hold all the things on all the people and all the things. Hell, even I know better than that. The hubris, man, to think that they're that good. They ain't. You got a band of merry fucking tragedy pit motherfuckers running around trying to determine what counts and what doesn't. From their own biases, judgments, this and there. But when you get deep into it, you realize these assholes are really only here to fuck up shit. And that's what they're using when they're doing all these things. It is not to help Summer to solve anything. It's to fucking use it for the exact opposite. Everything they collect. The importance of those things are things they put together in order to try to harm, not to help any of these or in any of these cases, other than from what I can see and gather, are generally the crime and only. And even some that are absolutely named that in other cases. And to cleanse the asses of um, true monsters and to falsely target people. It's stuff they gather, database, collect in order to tamper with people, real life shit, commit crimes against, silence, blackmail, destroy their lives, tamper with law enforcement, courts, cases in that way to feed up certain shit. That, yeah, it's what they do, man. Nothing here is ever what it appears to be. Not a damn. Also, back onto the reporting thing, Um, also say you're some of us around all of this. Some that have walked through many fires, more than a few not average days that became other things. For many reasons. You can't trust. Try to, but you know better. Certain arenas. And see those like Trevor Brooks, most yellinger in the world. You'll never know a world in which that exists. Other than QAnon Wayfarer average, you can't trust XYZ because they're all your old screams of cylinder. Yeah, it's every case, right? Every case, same ones, but one liners, same playbook. But in some worlds, that really exists. But for some of us here, who knew we couldn't, but tried anyway and hoped. And then we're proven right. Again, that our being cautious was correct. No one even still. That certain places are where certain shit should go to. Maybe doesn't need to. And that sometimes you're terrified of that. And you don't trust that. And then also weighing that against the fact that no matter where you give something to, it'll inevitably end up places it shouldn't. And your gut screams it shouldn't, and what you know tells you it absolutely shouldn't, but that it will, and then that's a problem. And what the hell do you do then? What the fuck do you do? It's a hard. It's hard on the ball. And with the addition of this place, it's not made it any easier. Now, I trust where I am currently. But the problem in that, too, is that now what I've had are those like the Jennies and the Adrians, the monsters, the stalls, playing their stupid fucking games. The Rojos, the Lips, Tiffany Marie's, BK's, Scott's, Penny's, Chicken on a Stick, Piss Pad over there, Linda, fucking tampering with this line and the shit. These courts, Ellie, all the rest. Even right down goddamn to the judges themselves, DAs. You know why I do that? To harm us further. Same reason Stick did what was done with that lawsuit. The ramifications of that alone, another thing. Was it meant to help Summer? Or was it meant to help this group help those most likely to be responsible, try to discredit or stir shit, plus tragedy pimp on and profit on, and this the other, and to help a monster who truly abused and presents danger to those trying to still survive it? To create doubt, sow seeds, to where real shit is maybe cut off, or where those like myself would doubt the lines I'm on. To where I wouldn't reach out, to where this, to where that, to where maybe people wouldn't believe if I did. Like I tell you, I'll fail across the board on that one, but I'm trustworthy. But that's the purpose of that type of tampering. And those who oopsied and called all the wrong places, and the mistakes that often happen around these things, those who swear they're on your side and all this shit, it's wild, really. I recognize a great deal many things in this game they've played. This game, you know, that affects, destroys, terrorizes entire communities, court systems, cases, victims, witnesses, community members. Recognize the tampering, fucking with, down to goddamn people in these places I've known my whole life, who have been part of everything around behind my family long before I was ever even thought of. and brought into existence. Some of us see motherfuckers. Some are smart enough to get it. Some. But it's a way that those like the Jenny Adrian's pennies to. Because Scott's, Rojo's Lips, Liza's group, they have a trying to cut off witnesses and people who report them for their crimes or hold uh, witness statements. This it's a way of trying to cut them off from courts or DAs or this right? Create doubts. So see, it's just that's how nefarious this shit is. And because do you think the reason that was done was just about Summer? I think no. It was also done to possibly and potentially help those who are actually responsible for Summer vanishing. And to help themselves not end up in jail or any reports made against them or anything else. That's what the fuck it's for. It's so monsters can get away, they hope, and so they're not held accountable by any means necessary, and it pays well to keep those most responsible and monsters and criminals. Pays these people well. These criminals, these junkies, these garbage ass human beings, these icons, the crimes, the real life shit they do. Watch them. How many times have you seen them make false calls in us? How many? It too is an overuse, misuse of services to where when they do come out, anything report us and like, nah, they get tired of it, Same shit they do with you, just same this, same that, same whatever. Same play, whatever agency and thing they can fuck with. All for the same reasons. To use them to target, to use them to discredit. I mean, they are some insidious motherfuckers over here, and it's hell of a playbook they go by. Most wouldn't believe it unless they compiled it, lived it, been through it. You know what I mean? It's been a wild walk, man. trying to do right for Summer's sake while protecting myself, my kids, family, though trying to even protect motherfuckers out here still monstering. Trying to protect those who I don't trust in the least. Standing in ways firmly. So tragedy pimps have no more to run on to make a thing. Even though I know a whole abundance of these people have participated in the fuckery, things that create the most doubt in me and others around Summer's case who have contributed to Monster running supreme all out everywhere. Real life. I mean, and I hate to say it that way because this is real life. This Monster's doing this right now. And always has been behind or in front of the scenes here with this group. Just like I admitted to and signed off. More than ample proof of it. Used it to target and terrorize and still does people that hold paperwork on. But so firmly confident it and its little group of slitherers that it won't be held accountable or jerked entirely the fuck up and put in a cell, much like its little group cohorts for it. Pretty goddamn bold. But like I said, you'll see that increase as the days go forward. And it's because of certain things in the background that it's been at least cursory aware of. All these other things, but like I said, tomorrow's date, and Little's birthday coming up in a few days, and then after that, anniversaries of certain horrendous shit. Oh, they'll be an extreme pickup. But it's not alone. These monsters are well aware of these dates too. And they know psychology shouldn't fuck with you on these dates. They're also monsters. They enjoy that type of shit. As you can see, look, and vulnerable moments, any vulnerability, any sign of weakness, things they can use to manipulate, trigger with. Hell, look at Allie and H and all them. Same thing, right? Look what they did during, and as my brother was passing, all these other things, in the months following, and all the others. Look how they used to. Look how Justin did. Look how the rest did. Look what they did to my mom. Look what Shay and Piss Pat did with it. While proclaiming, like Shay, that she was a victim. Threatening to murder me also was just fucked up, bro. Anyway, um, it's wild, this place. The walk. Imagine trying to somehow keep masks pulled off of monsters and speaking on, and then wildly enough trying to avoid your training and trying to get out of that and make it to where you never think or feel that way again, or so stupid that you live a life where you're left with that training forever to protect those who hurt you most. Then out here forced to try to keep stepping over a place. It's that stupid game. You know where you draw the squares on the ground and all that with the numbers. Crisscross, I can't remember what the fuck it is. Hopscotch, I know that. I don't know. Stupid fucking grade school shit. Used to draw on paper. Playing jump rope to that degree. Trying to get out of the mindset and training of a whole lifetime of protecting those who hurt you the most. Where you still, and you pull off masks you speak out about the real shit. But also you have to walk a line to where right's right, wrong's wrong. Not gonna put shit. Wrong monsters. And in that way you have to defend even monsters who you're trying to get out of a habit of defending or protecting. But you have to certain degrees, and this place forces that. But you also have to, in ways, protect those who goddamn made sure that motherfucker could do whatever. He made it all a joke. Can't trust a motherfucker one around anything. And then during it all, you realize it's pieces and dates and things come together, and chains of events come together. Look like they're commingled, may not be. Trying to make sure that. But you know, to a degree, they at least satellites the thing that matters most, which is Summer finding her justice. And there's this other thing, right? And this extreme shit occurring with it. And even in that, you know that your mind's trying to put together everything. With that, and trying to figure out chicken or the egg and what's known, unknown, what's whatever. But it knew that the shit would be coming. So it can't be entirely unaware. And it all leads up to everything. And now it's going full tilt. And that it participated with this group in using that very thing to try to cause my death, and even potentially Little's. Don't know if that's a goddamn coincidence. Especially when I hold proof and receipts that it knew that it was coming. And at that date and all those dates, circle around all the extreme changes around each and every one of them. From Fred to Kansas and Dawn, Utah, Summer Vanishing, the last extreme event, the last days, the final days, and then what it eventually does with this group. It installed who doesn't know the so it can't be entirely unaware. It isn't unaware. But I also don't think it realizes it's not off the chopping block. So in that way, I've had to stand and protect it and that dipshit bitch. And even her fucking offspring while she took from mine. While she targeted mine. She's fucking stupid and a monster. She's not doing it. But much like this place, Monster thinks it'll be okay until it's actually time for them to eat it. And this place will eventually after they're done with it. Right now it's still booze and hanging on to it. Because it has access to certain things. Can be used to trigger, torment, harm. But when they're done with it, all this that it's doing now will be used to absolutely turn around and eat it with. I guess if it's still here, I'm still here. Little any of those remain is something wicked this way. You know, it all really leads back to another dumbass like Becky in the way back. Originally, after that, when, it's one day, one fine fucking, but trying to parse apart all these pieces, especially around Monster and certain other things that are extremely important, if indeed they intertwine. And otherwise, honestly, considering other shit going on because with this group and Stall and Monster Hunter, you know what, it doesn't matter. And then with this group, Tragedy Pimps, those like Dipshit Bones and others, and Monster and stuff, all these Pennies, the Adrians, Jenny, all these done, it's gonna cost lives. If, and I'll say this, if it hasn't already, and say the public just isn't aware of it, or it's not quite sussed out yet as being connected to certain. Good luck with that, Billy. You ever see them, notice the difference, and this is also you can tell what they're really about. What's the difference between when I go into places or chats versus where it does? Or the way in which panelists or anybody else or shit's done around. I'm always asked to explain or take responsibility for its actions. I'm hammered down on, screamed at about shit it should be the one having answer. And watch the chats when it's in there. What do all these creators scream at me about? I'm made to answer for what it's done. I may have added some of it, but I, by members, subs, chats, and around all the rooms, I'm always asked to explain why this, why that, blah 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 blah. Mm-mm. You ever see any of them that this little woven group of ass cleansers controls? You ever see any of those channels and those affiliated with whatever, blah blah blah, when they step into a room around a panel or anything? Do you see really? Yeah, I've never even seen it with C&D. You ever seen one of them step up on any panel and really been gone at the way I am? What do they always tell y'all? People are like, man, why are you ass kissing and cleansing? And that's if they don't cleanse those comments out of the chat, right? The questions about that, why that's weird. When answered, I've heard it answered as, well, you have to be nice to me. You're not going to get anything. They're like, blah, 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 blah. But you ever really seen them gone at, screamed at, non-panelist deep, any of these tragedy pimps, the way in which I am or others are? Like, shit was even happening to Ellie, happens to A, all these other things. Yeah, it's just like whatever. But do you see that ever occurring around those who will allow the collar and leashing, will play with them in their games and will take money for and do all this scenario, whatever? Do you ever see it being done with Monster, Fred, any of the rest? How about Robin? Because she used to be on quite a few places here in Dodson. Any of the rest? Did you ever see them go full tilt like they do with me? To any of them? And make no mistake, I would consider those who are close to Summer in their church like are on the closest thing you'll have ever gotten to a suspect list. So, mm, but whenever I'm somewhere, not only am I made to answer for, and expected to answer for, to explain everything about everybody else, I'm really demanded answers of about Hunter, Allie, Dotson, Robin, other people's whatever. I don't even fucking know. All the Billies, all the Andrews and Pandrews and Monster and stuff. I mean, I'm the one that is supposed to be out here answering for all of them. Jody, blah 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 blah. Why did H this? Why did L do it? Don't you know this? And what about that? And Monster this? And oh my god, you bitch! when you all see that same thing done in any way to the rest, you let me know. And that falls back into like the other night. Well, the other morning, really. You only see that being done to one or two of us. And when those closest to this say that you're the only one or two out here that know jack shit on these streets or whatever, and the rest are full of shit, fucking pretty much tells you all you need to know, I guess. At least it does me. And it's like, you ever noticed some of us really, okay, it's like they're trying to solve this shit, right? They're trying to, oh, it's about summer, right? There's summer's name hashtagged in the fucking title or one of ours or whatever, you know. It's like watching the Bones panels right now, or her lives, as Monster and others are in chats and shit, okay? The questions aren't about summer, are they? We want answers for summer, this or no. You know what all the questions are about generally from anyone? Think about it. When Ziggy does anything with Fred, what is it her and Fred mostly talk about? Talk about pre-plane. Hmm? What about any of the rest of the tragedy pins? When Monster, the Freds, or the rest are Ringsburg? What are the questions about? They're not about summer or June 15th in the least. They might do the cursory basic bullshit of where were you really in a car? They'll throw in a couple things, you know, that have already been answered long, long ago. What are the questions about? What's the conversation about? What's the topic? With Fred, with Monster, with the rest, you don't know what it's about? It's about Jody Sue. What do you know about her? What about her health? What about this? What about that? What about Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue? Because they can't get anything from me. So they're trying to get it from those around, or things to eat me with, or to use to eat me with. And trying to manipulate, mind fuck, use the abuser, emotional, psychological, yeah, just whatever, it doesn't matter. But and that's what Monster doesn't get. Well, I mean, he does to a certain degree, but he's like Donnie thinks it's back. Well, I mean, it's really bad, but bad example. I'm sorry I used that one, but Monster doesn't get his only value to this place. The reason he's being put up on these stools and my half these motherfuckers tolerating him and tragedy pimping around him and patting his ass like they do Don's and everybody else. It's not because they think he's special. Because trust me, oh, they make him feel special. Plus, he gets to profit in the store while targeting me. That makes him happy. Abusing the fuck out of him for profit. Whatever, right? He ain't special. He's only important to them because it's the only reason they suddenly cared about Little when they were all doing that shit. Y'all know Bones even tried one point to call my eldest shit. Y'all aware of that? Really was trying to call him, was harassing him and shit. Tried, failed miserably. But Monster doesn't understand he's not special because he's a monster. He's special because he's an abuser they can use, and he doesn't mind that aspect. He's only special, predator unleashed, paid like he is. Because they want me, and they want Little, and they want to fuck up Summer's case. Yes, blatantly. Track down his phone number. It was given to her by, and to this group by Monster. And she's mentioned it on a live stream at one point, but I knew when it happened in real time. But yes, very much was harassing Eldest, trying to get in touch with him yet. Much like Smiley, long before the public knew who the bitch was. Smiley was alright when we were still living on Ben Hill. Smiley was already stalking the fuck out of my children. I showed y'all recently the receipts when she was targeting them with list shit and sharing whatever. That she was still somehow the little hackers in the background and little internet stalkers have been able to get her to the new and hidden profiles of my children's stuff. Shits that are unknown to the public, and she's fucking on them. Following them under entirely different goddamn names, nothing connected, no address, no anything. And there those accounts go to. If I asked her to stop, she won't stop, and she is absolutely stalking a fucking minor child. And the eldest still at this point. I showed you on real time how she was still really following the real accounts of my children. And she's been doing so before we ever knew who she was. Before we ever public. We just thought she was some random in the world. Some fucking weirdo out there. We didn't know. So, Jesus, who's this freak show, you know? And Little was very little at the time. Several years ago. I was like, man. You know, around this shit is like, oh, it has a flavor to it, but definitely don't fuck around with this thing. And then it became apparent who she was, what she was, you know, false name. All these people, there's a couple of them affiliated with this group that seemingly keeps finding my kids. No matter how many devices, customer we do to keep them from even Little. And so that keeps her from being able to do things online or have accounts to where she can safely communicate or feels any safety online. Keeps her boxed. It keeps her from being able to even branch out into like her art groups and also because everything there then will be in whatever group she follows or associates with outside of anything. Every comment she leaves, every piece of her artwork she posts, everything, even under false names, there it is. And the tragedy pimps would follow it, have it. And look, I'd love to tell you it's just because we're public, and that's what they'll tell you is, oh, look, but she's speaking, so they deserve it. And she's the one doing this, making this way around. No, because I can prove with absolute fact that Smiley was doing it before we were public. I can prove for fact that Jenny and Adrian were stalking us and databasing us long before public. I can prove that the Sweetie Paulos, the Seraphinas were fucking with us in real time first hours after Summer vanished. I can show you and prove that Ziggy's first tour at it was Maymay. Come in my inbox. I don't know anything about a fucking Ziggy or Maymay. And I've shown those receipts threatening me. Swearing up then I was stalking Ziggy. I wasn't even public. Didn't know shit. I had to ask others, like, who and what the fuck is a Ziggy? I've shown those receipts. And there's Ziggy before we're ever fucking public. digging into our shit, putting it public. But they already knew, right? Because Candace and Don were feeding them shit. They already knew because the dumbass ex pseudo MIL monster. They already knew because of property, but just basic shit. You don't have advanced ways to get ahead of shit. You don't know an average Tuesday is going to turn into non-average Tuesday, and it's some shithole realm like this exists where you protect yourself enough to go, okay, well, and you can't. How do you protect against Google images and public information like properties and address? Nobody's set up to do that. An onslaught of tragedy pimps when an average Tuesday turns into a not average Tuesday and what they will do to you, your lives, and stalk us there. But they'll tell you it's our fault for speaking. We bring it upon ourselves, right? And ain't that a good abusive line? And people will buy it. But we can prove that these motherfuckers were stalking us in certain and within just hours of summer vanishing. Even our children. All of them. Yeah, well, I'm not a creator, Billy. So, either way, I generally call for all kids to be left alone. Now, a while back, I did. A few days back, it was like, well, Don B was calling me. I mean, the motherfucker went public with his kids and he got caught lying, and experts showed him and his children to all be fucking liars. But that boy's always been like, pick me around every news station and Facebook website for every news station. He's been trying hard for years to, I don't know, do whatever it is, attention of any kind. Or fake lawsuits against pools, hell, who knows, but he got caught lying. With real evidence and proof and testing and shit. Didn't keep him from being on the news, though, did it? And his wife, weirdly enough, not being anywhere ever to be seen. Strange, that. Pretty sure the wife wants no part of his incessant need to be a pick-me little Napoleon bitch. Could only imagine being that. If she still exists, it looks at some points like there was no part. It doesn't matter. Anyway, yeah. Um, but when you can prove these people were stalking, databasing, doing all this shit to you, long before you ever spoke out against them, it makes civil court and criminal charges a hell of a lot deeper and darker and easier to prove in court, especially when you have several years to compile proof against them. Um, yeah, Billy. Well, he at least did. I'm not sure their current situation, but at least in the way that I mean, I'm just saying at certain points it's mentioned like on news, but doesn't make an appearance. It's rather strange. Um, and you can indeed consider what these people think. Ziggy and Jenny and Adrian and these groups too is stalking. You absolutely can, and civilly and criminally you can. And I'm sorry, but they can keep talking about statutes this and there, but federal are different, especially with this many crimes as they've committed and done, and pulled and witnessed intimidation, blackmail, all these things. And when you are openly trying to get someone murdered and harmed, oh boy, statute, I just, Jesus Christ, especially in a group organized and provably so by online means, Holy shit, it's federal laws that falls under. And I gotta tell you, every time they mention my name, there's a restart button. Anyway, so it don't matter. On even the baby bullshit they pull. And if pulled, if they think just a year statute locally is all it applies, it ain't. It ain't. And they think you only have a certain amount of time to sue or put in restraining orders or whatever, right? Well, every time they mention my name, gets restart. Every single fucking time they mention my name. Hashtag it. Every time they have Monster enter around their rooms talking about me, and he's already admitted by signature and word that he's been working with an online group and it's continuing. What do you think that does in court for them and him and Stahl and the rest? See, now there's no doubt. Last time it was the boohoo, but JSP's talking about me on blah 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 blah. But see, now law enforcement can then put together the chicken on a stick shit. And the proof, even by her own words now, and shit, that all that said, all these other things, you know. And they can see now there's another Linda involved lawsuit. There's all these things holding in the same counties. Piss Pad now involved, and Benny in the middle, and they can put together now that, well, here are these messages that weren't released till after, but here are Monster and Stahl both saying that that group lied. But then why would they come into court and then swear they weren't working? Yeah, I'd like, you see how it works now? They got bold after, especially. Are still. But what do you think it shows judges and courts and all this? Now he's out here outright. Bold as shit. And these same people I listed named and have come out. What do you think it means for all of them? It shows I've not been lying. And they knew before all that anyway. It was not. There was already enough evidence. But it shows in the receipts and the proof and the shit after they thought everything was said and done that have come to us that are held by me now as evidence and proof and this other admittances by these who thought they got away with something and oh look, these papers don't mean anything, right? And all this shit. We can do whatever the fuck we want, there'll be no consequences. Let's make fun of it. Let's be all bold now. Um, but there's proof that all of them lied in court. All of the detectives, DAs, everybody else they were getting a hold of, the shit done in front of the judges, to the judges, fucking lawsuits, all this shit. It means it was part of it. Now I can't imagine the charges that could come from that. It shows that Monster lied to the court. He went back in with different stories, covering on his own ass. These tragedy pimps shows that every time they were calling LE detectives, DAs, doing whatever, branch houses, everybody else, they were tampering, fucking with, Real life goddamn judges, district attorneys, detectives. And it shows with absolute proof and certainty and evidence that they did. And all. She's not a trouble magnet, Simone. She's not a magnet. She is a cog in the fucking wheel. She's a manufacturer of. And I call trying to get people harmed, murdered, this and far more than just trouble. She isn't Jerry Springer. She's a goddamn downright dangerous ass fucking monster who is well aware of what she's doing with this group, and she will do it because she's a piece of shit and a criminal and a junkie and useless piece of fucking human trash. Who's almost goddamn 50 and no prospects in life, so whatever, and will never do shit with hers other than this. And she will go to any lengths to make sure she does not have to get up out that fucking recliner or get rid of her allergies, even if it means costing other people their goddamn lives. She cares not what damage, even if people die. As long as I guess her electric bills are. It's wild. I guess you can come to the internet now to get hitmen for far less. Find them a little easier than you can in real life. It's wild, isn't it? Because essentially, you gotta think that's what half these fucking tragedy pimps are. Murderers, hitmen by proxy, they I don't know what to fucking tell you. Look at how many others they've put in danger and risk and outed and done dangerous shit around in all the other cases. Just for a few bucks, man. Scam or two. Clout. 6, 7, 8,000, 20,000 subs. Wow, bro. And around several of these cases, you can see them putting others in danger, their families in danger, extreme risk of harm and everything else. Like around Karen Reed's and Delphi, all these other cases, false suspects, and that's what they do in every case. See, that's the problem. They pick, look at all the other cases. They pick the witnesses to them, they try to discredit them. They also pick somebody close to the family, victims, the other community, and they call them suspect, even when prime and onlys are named. They usually latch on to a witness that's known, or one of the most public, or what's probably perceived as one of the most important, um, or who might hold the information that they're after, but or who might be the one most damaging to clients if they're working with those in certain cases. And they then turn them into false suspects and hammer down on them and destroy their lives. You can see that with the babysitter and Quentin's. You can see it with Anon and the Idaho 4 and others around that now. You can see that in Karen Reed. You can see that in several cases. You can see this. And you can see how they're starting to do it. Cash and Classic and Sinceres and all those as well. Um, Same song and dance, man. And they do this even when people in court, like Delphi. They still continue to do that. And that's not them just tragedy pimping, that's them trying to tamper. And like I said, it's at dangerous levels now. You see what the fuck they did in Jared Lysick, and that you can't tell me somebody didn't take money to do certain shit, certain court dates, court hearings and shit. You see that and all these Delphi's, I highly suspect, and I'm sure others do too, around the whole defense things, and they fired guy being like, "Here, let me shove this out into the public realm." Yeah, I don't think that was just some fire guy doing. I think there was shit in play, and it meant to be that way so nobody could be connected, accountable other than that dude who'll probably get a slap on the wrist for it. At most, there's just too much money in play around these situations, and too many and millions. Do you think this is just about $5 or $20 super chat stickers, $100 this, whatever that? God damn, y'all, there are millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars that pass through this fucking place. And that's just what can be seen or tracked openly. And for these really high profile cases, it's astronomical. And it does grease palms in certain players in certain cases, like defense attorneys and others, and those guiltier than sin will not only participate in order for these people to be like, yes, score, meet. It's like in trade, right? Even if they can't be paid for YouTube tragedy pimp services, they'll do it anyway because they are paid no matter what. And they make millions and millions and millions off of each case. So nobody really has to worry about paying them, even if they're named prime and only, or say defense attorneys and others get up shit, right? They get paid. And I'll make it clear, once again, for me, it's time where you have that much money movement, you have money laundering, you have real goddamn cartel movements, you have real sex trafficking, you have real fucking crazy shit slithering in the dark with that. And make no mistake, this place is used for money laundering. And I goddamn guarantee you that. It's also used to tax evasion, crypto shits. It's used for a whole hell of a lot. And a lot of these creators are paid payments for that in all kinds of different ways that they hope goes under the radar, unknown, and in the background and all that. But, so when you're participating with groups like this and you're watching shit, it ain't just entertainment. You're really helping criminal empires across the entire globe. Not just here in the States. Because look how even Summers and the scams and shit, it goes international, and they did. And all these things, and it's still technically international. Money movements around it, everything else. This is worldwide. From these tragedy pimps who mostly concentrate on U.S. cases, because a lot of those that are foreign that are involved, they latch onto U.S.-based cases because they're not legally allowed to do to people in their countries what they do to all of us, and this and the other, and in and around these cases. It's why you see, like, and I'll point this out as an example, watch the way AB and Cher fight with one another, right? Versus the way they fight with other creators, one US-based, one Canadian or UK-based. They have to watch different laws. But it's why they don't latch on or do the same things in UK or other base things. They're under prime ministers and this and other, Australia, Canada, la la la. It's why those people latch on to US cases. There's more money to be made. And they can skirt the bounds, and they're allowed to do this to US-based cases, but not those in their own country. And so therefore it goes international. In each and every case, and millions move around. And often the worst crimes are committed by those in, say, Canada, Australia, the other countries, because it's harder for those like us to afford the types of attorneys it takes to reach out and smack these motherfuckers with papers or charges, right? For it. Because those who can operate in two countries legally cost a hell of a lot more and are harder to find, because not a whole great deal of those exist. So they get up to the worst shit often. That's why a lot of the hackers are based elsewhere as well. Instead of the US, this group. That's why a lot of things. But the money movements, even since that scamathon, they've had a weird way of winding through places like South Africa and UK and Australia. Others connected to in sketchy places, and from what I've been able to track and see, some of the most notorious places where real goddamn bad shit, especially child trafficking, cartel movements and shit are. But I've also followed this group long enough and dug enough to know that a lot of the states and places and where these creators reside are also hubs, extreme hubs for extreme criminal activity, trafficking, drug movements, cartel shit. Certain states being sort notorious for being part of in real locations where a lot of these creators reside, in particular, their actual counties and cities and stuff, being the exact ones that are highest on the list for cartel movements, sex trafficking, this and other highest criminal activity in their states and zones. Uh, Stats across the board, and then being part of certain mapping across the US that puts them in certain places where it's a little goddamn alarming. It's almost like you could say, like, oh, I don't know, like cornbread mafia has went high tech and shit. No? Because you know, like, y'all think the mafia and all that, like, they're still hanging out in some dark rooms and some side alley at favorite Italian restaurant planning their shit, carrying all these things. Or you think they went high tech? You think clans, terrorist organizations, hate groups, all these other criminal, everybody, like they've all went high tech, but those like cartels and shit like that have not. They're not using these realms in the internet yet. You think they just avoid tech, or do you think they've probably and probably are pretty much on here using this realm before anybody ever even imagined? Like even the dumbest fucking cornbread hillbilly mafia types using it to do certain shit. No, it ain't probably digital blatantly. They are, and I know they are for a fact. They have been for a very long time. Um, y'all think what? That's only on like what, the dark web? Hell no, it ain't. It's right out here in front of y'all's faces, every day, all day. Now look at how many creators you all watch. They all seem to be into the same shit. Their little sales pitches and their cookies and their wares and their CBDs and all this shit. And look at all of them when they're coming in and out of town or here locally and shit, who are picking up weird shit. And there's talks of, oh, I don't know, money crossing hands, and especially around their biggest pilgrimages here. We see it. We know it's happening. It's been admitted, but people aren't paying attention to it or seeing it for what it is. Suddenly people have enough to go to other states that surround ours that are legal and pick up all kinds of pretty shit and take it back across country. You think a lot of these creators might be visiting certain areas during all this and to do certain shit, to move shit back and forth, or to exchange money in ways that can't be electronically and by other means throughout the rest of the year or half your months. What do you think? You think by any time he admits he come over to give money in person to Candace and all, you think you really had to do that? There's a reason you see some, they never seem to stay or make their appearances even though you know they're here. They'll do the cursory, hey, here's Summer's vigil, or here's this vigil, or whatever that, right? Whatever it is they're doing, they'll get a quick in and out and live, and then they're basically gone. They get the cursory video of Ben Hill, they get the pond, they do this there, but they're really in and out. Some of them don't even stay long. Do you notice how quick Justin was in and out last time? Anybody notice that? Just vanished. He was supposed to come back online after he ate. And poof, next thing you know, 2 or 3 days later, he pops up, he's back up. He ain't doing anymore. Strange. And you know, it really is a good way if you're a tragedy pimp, right? And you latch on to many cases around the country, say like the JLRs and stuff do. And God, how often is JLR on the move for the MGL group and crowd? They're top tier tragedy pimps, right? You ever watch JLR move across the country and wondered how in the fuck he affords the $300, $400, $500 per interviews with certain folks around these cases? Do you know how much he spent here doing that? The hotel rooms, all this shit, where's he get that from? He just ain't making that enough off of social media to do that, folks. Always crisscrossing country, that one. Now you go back and you put that together with all the other shit jailers known for. What his mark on the world is, including the first to introduce the world to a thing known as fishing. With a bunch of teens online he was hanging out with. Look what he does at political events. So you think he gets paid for that too? Sandy Hook? He introduced the tragedy pimp, really, and the real life style of that. He was really in the parents' faces at Sandy Hook, pretending to be Adam Lawrence's family and terrorizing them up close before those children's bodies could even be taken out of that school. He's responsible for the advent and takeoff of Alex Jones. Look how that's still playing out. But do you think he has a lot of money from just social media to be forking out, traveling on? No. But either way, it's a good way, isn't it, to crisscross the country and make it look like one thing while it's another. Well, actually, you're holding money or dope and shit, traveling with it. You're state hopping, city hopping, bit by bit. Being on live the whole time, bonus, you're making money there too, but while you're up to fuck shit, like moving money around where it can't be seen very easily. Dope as well, getting up shit. No, I'm not saying anything in particular about certain people, but you should probably think about that real hard. And them just look like it's a normal day to a lot of people, including their families, friends, communities, maybe even law enforcement, feds. While you all watch it play out and never know what the fuck you're seeing. And I guarantee you're seeing a whole lot of it. But it's an easy way to hide something like that. He'll put your face on camera while you're doing it. Who would ever believe it? that you're moving money across the country for some really dark and nefarious motherfuckers, and the real cartels or the real traffickers, or you're really participating in those activities, and you're paying tragedy pimps handsomely for it while they're tragedy pimping and making millions in front too. It's one hell of a gambit. Cleansing your money too, getting it laundered, cryptoed. It's a hell of a move. And it worries me a little, only because I know real motherfuckers here inside of Summer's case that are associated with that shit. And y'all should be thinking real hard about those preferred meat sources right now who are openly admitting to still selling, using, and associated with in all kinds of ways and known to be admittedly so, and who were associated with it before Summer vanished. It's a little worrisome. That's all I'm saying. What's the price? Maybe some are thinking if they can chaos enough, and if time passes, shit goes unsolved for a few years, they're promised certain shit in the background, shit brought to them in person, later dates, maybe take the brunt of this as long as promises are made and shit to help set up, tamper, target, fuck with. Maybe they're willing to do all this shit. Especially getting rid of those who keep ripping masks off. Out in their lives, they bullshit. I don't know. It's just a thought I've had. Who would participate in that fuckery? Monsters usually revolve around greed. It's even crossed my mind with our own. There was a price because it knew certain things landed under something wicked. This way comes, and it knew that in the year of changes leading up to all of the extreme changes around all of them. I wonder about. I mean, look at Don. He's so super goddamn interested in getting himself a piece of property out in Utah. Look at Fred and his situation. I mean, I don't know. Just thought. What would you sell off, trade in, trade off? People you tried to murder on your own? People you want rid of? People who speak? Who still, to this day, hold you accountable for the abuses rained down on them. And they're still being done? When you were given warning that it was coming? And that those around all this, including, say, certain sticks and other players in this, are all related to people with wicked display codes. Certain property sales, certain all kinds of shit. I mean, it may, and it even me, a lot of times looks like Bermuda Triangle shit, but it really is sort of a lot of times Occam's razor, but yeah, circling things, all in perfect storms. Maybe created and manufactured perfect storms, all in the middle of mud and jello shit shows. I guess you have to think of everything. It's all possibilities around the table, don't you? Anyway, guys, I'm off here for right now. I am. I've been on here far too long anyway, but I'm gonna eat and chill and whatnot. Like I said, I had a pretty bad spell last night, and I feel spot today, and I'm gonna try to avoid the tragedy pimp and monster shenanigans across the board tonight. We'll see how that works out for me. Um, as always, see if I choose or choose not to touch certain buttons, other than just download. Anyway, y'all, as always, please do share Summer's picture information, color by her name, and y'all know my standards for information. That includes local, surrounding, state, TBI, FBI, Bobo, Ansley, etc. Not tragedy pimps, not any of us speaking around anything. That doesn't include social media, just local, surrounding, law enforcement, state, um, and federal law enforcement, and those like Bobo and Ansley and shit. And as always, if you don't mind, please do share the domestic violence slash hand signal for help that Canada save lives. And the more that can recognize it or learn to use it, especially as tech meets call center, it can save so many lives. I mean, even medical emergencies, and leave women and children and victims and stuff with abilities to have paperwork trails behind them. It can leave hope instead of body bags. Medical emergencies, those who are disabled, anything like that, it can save so many lives. Can stop so much shit, especially as time moves forward and techniques cost. Anyway, y'all, you have a good night. Remember, good pebbles, good sparks. In one voice, Cannon does.